Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Woo! I would like to call this meeting to order at 7 p.m. And before we begin, I want to just welcome you all to our first traditional in-person meeting since the shutdown in 2020. Woo! So when I count to 3, can we just celebrate for just a second that we made it to this day? That we are here, that schools have reopened and remained open, and now we are truly in a good position to continue this work in person. So on the count of 3, even everyone from home on YouTube, make some noise with us. 1, 2, 3! I am so excited to be here this evening and excited that in the future, our meetings will not only stream on our YouTube channel, but the goal is to be able to have the community continue to participate via Zoom. Ms. Barrios, thank you for stepping in for Ms. Chires, who I hope it's okay to say, I won't say, it's okay to say, who is going to bless BUSD with another baby soon. So Ms. Barrios is stepping in her stead. Will you please call the roll?
Yes, I can. Student Director Ian Siegel.
Here.
Mike Chang.
Here.
Khadijah Brown.
Present.
Jennifer Shanowski.
Here.
Anna Vasudev.
Presente.
And President Laura Babbitt.
Here. And we also have our new student director from BTA here, Ms. Tiara Brown. Everybody give her a round of applause.
So to make it official, Student Director Tiara Brown.
Here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now can you give the community the instructions and the overview of how the meeting will go?
Sure, will do. Good evening. Before the board recesses into closed session, there is an opportunity for public comment. Thank you for coming. If you want to make a public comment, please turn in your green cards to me. Please make sure to indicate the agenda item number on the card, and please make sure to write legibly. Cards submitted by 6:45 will be given priority over cards submitted after 7 p.m. This is a Spanish message. ¿Hay alguien aquí que necesita traducción durante esta reunión? Por favor, déjame saber. Buenas noches y bienvenidos. Si desea dirigirse a la mesa directiva durante el periodo de comentario público, favor de llenar la tarjeta color verde y entregármela. Favor de también indicar el artículo en la agenda sobre cuál le gustaría comentar. Se les da prioridad a las tarjetas recibidas antes de las 7 p.m. Okay, I would like to provide a brief overview of tonight's meeting. After a few procedural items, the board will hear approximately 30 minutes of public comment. At the end of the meeting, there'll be another opportunity for additional public comment. So if you do not get to speak at the beginning of the meeting, you can stay and speak at the end of the meeting. If you wish to address the board, please fill out the green card, green speaker card. Speaker cards are located in the back of the room. Speaker cards will be organized by agenda item, and the board president will rotate through the agenda items in order to hear from at least one person on each agenda item. The board president usually would call our students first and will also prioritize those green cards that were submitted by 7 p.m. Please note that if there are a lot of cards, not everyone who turned in a card will get to speak. If your name is called and you wish to cede your time to another speaker, you may do so by standing up, stating your name and the name of the person to who is addressing the same topic you have written down on your card. By ceding your time, you give your opportunity to speak on the topic, and no one can later cede their time to you to speak on the topic. We do not allow a speaker to combine speaking time for multiple people. The board president will determine whether to set tonight's speaking time at 1, 2, or 3 minutes per speaker. On an individual basis, the board president also has a discretion to allow for extra time for those who need translation or have other speech needs. While you are speaking, please note that the light at the lectern will turn yellow when there is 1 minute left. When your time has elapsed, the light at the lectern will turn red and you will hear beeping. If you're still speaking when your time is up, you are allowed to finish your sentence, but please try not to speak beyond your time. We understand that there are really important issues that many people feel very passionate about. However, in order to be fair to all speakers and so we can hear as many speakers as possible, the board president will also ask you to stop once your time has elapsed, and will ask that the mic be turned off if it is necessary. Thank you. Voy a proporcionarles un breve resumen sobre esta junta. Después de unos procedimientos preliminares, un periodo de 30 minutos será dedicado a comentarios públicos. Luego habrá una oportunidad para escuchar comentarios de parte de comités y uniones distritales y seguidos por comentarios de parte de la mesa directiva y el superintendente. Al final de la junta habrá una segunda y última oportunidad para comentarios de parte de miembros de la audiencia que no pudieron proporcionar comentarios durante la primera oportunidad. Las tarjetas verdes recibidas para comentario público serán organizados por tema. El presidente alterna las tarjetas a través de los varios artículos en la agenda para asegurar poder escuchar de por lo menos una persona de cada tema y posición. Usualmente la presidenta llamará a los estudiantes primero y después le dará prioridad a las tarjetas recibidas antes de las 7 p.m. Por favor, tomen en cuenta que si hay demasiadas tarjetas, no todas serán seleccionadas, ya que el periodo de comentarios públicos está limitado a 30 minutos. Al ser llamado, tiene la opción de ceder su tiempo a otra persona. Tome en cuenta que solo puede ceder su tiempo a alguien que desea comentar sobre el mismo tema artículo escrito en su tarjeta. Para ceder su tiempo, al ser llamado, por favor, póngase de pie, diga su nombre y indica a quién desea de ceder su tiempo. Al ceder su tiempo, pasa la oportunidad de proveer comentarios y nadie más puede cederle su tiempo a usted. El presidente de la mesa directiva determinará si otorgará 1, 2 o 3 minutos por orador. El presidente también tiene la discreción de otorgar minutos adicionales a quienes requieren traducción o cualquier otra acción especial. Durante su comentario, se dará cuenta que la luz en el atril se volverá amarillo cuando falta solo 1 minuto. Cuando se haya acabado su tiempo, la luz se volverá roja y escuchará un sonido. Por favor, traten de no sobrepasar su tiempo. Entendemos que hay diferentes cuestiones que son de importancia para diferentes personas. Sin embargo, pedimos que respete el tiempo otorgado de manera que podamos escuchar a la mayoría de público posible. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. At this time, we will approve the agenda for this evening. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion to approve the agenda has been moved by Director Brown and seconded by Vice President Vasudev. Will you call the roll?
Yes. Student Director Ian Siegel.
Yes.
Student Director Taraya Brown.
Here.
Director Shanowski.
Yes.
Director Brown.
Yes.
Director Chang.
Here.
Director Vasudev.
Yes.
Vasudev. And then President Brown, or President Babbitt.
Yes, the agenda has been approved. And now we will move forward with our presentation in celebration of Black History Month. As we begin our celebration, we wanted to welcome our very own student educators, young, gifted, and Black. As they learn of their Black history through spoken word, song, and speech, they educate the greater community and demonstrated what it means to be Black and proud. YGB has been in Berkeley for 5 years, and even through the pandemic, they have supported our students. I want to celebrate their director, Ms. Ikira Davis, who is an alumnus of Berkeley High School, and their emeritus executive director, Hadari Davis, who was also one of the first teachers of the African American Studies Department at Berkeley High School. Currently, YGB is accepting new members, and they are available for future performances. Please visit proudtobeblack.org to join or book them for a show. Proud to, the number 2, beblack.org. Tonight's performance is dedicated to the memory of Tyree Nichols and all the victims of state violence. Board members, we're going to take that first seat so that we can see the presentation and they can face the entire public. So join me at this time in welcoming Young, Gifted, and Black.
Black is beautiful, set our warriors free. Black is beautiful, gotta be what we wanna be. We are Africans, America. We are Africans, America. We are Black is beautiful, Black is beautiful, Black is beautiful, Black is beautiful.
YGB!
We are young, gifted and black and fat. I'm proud to be black when we say it again. We are young, gifted and black and fat. I'm proud to be black when we say it. I'm proud to be black, y'all. That's a fact, y'all. If you're trying to come, bring it back, y'all. It's like that, y'all. Get brave, y'all. Proud to die and never be a slave, y'all. Proud to be black, y'all. That's a fact, y'all. If you're calling me a nigga, take it back, y'all. Better than that, y'all. I see y'all. Proud to die and never be free, so check it, say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. We can't hear you say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. I gotta tell you something that you should know. It's the history is how we go. Now Mary Sutherland was born a slave. She was running down to the west, she was there. She was learning to be good at the lot she gave. She risked her life, so we learned to slave. It was a man and back who invented so well. He invented a force for a man named Bill. So Washington Carver made a beat up bird. So any man with a mind can't create. Read about like the next in the history text. There's no program, I'll leave no net. Those problems you never to be so dumb. Why not be sad so overcome? We are young, gifted and black and fat. I'm proud to be black when we say it again. We are young, gifted and black and fat. I'm proud to be black when we say it. I'm proud to be black, y'all. That's a fact, y'all. When you're trying to do much, get back, y'all. It's like that, y'all. Get brave, y'all. Proud to die and never be a slave, y'all. Proud to be black, y'all. That's a fact, y'all. If you call me a nigga, take it back, y'all. Better than that, y'all. I can see y'all. Proud to die and never be free, so check it, say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Black and Amy got Barbie red. Black and green, Marcus Garvey said red. Black and Amy got Barbie red for the blood we shed. We talking about black for the color of our skin. Everybody green for the land we're in. We talking about red, black and green. Marcus Garvey said red. Black and Amy got Garvey red. Black and green. Marcus Garvey said red. Black and Amy got Garvey.
Thank you, young people. Anybody feel inspired? Woo! We are excited about Black History Month and excited about what our young people are doing. Thank you again to all of your leaders and directors, to your parents and families who brought you out tonight. And thank you for sharing your brilliance with us this evening. Let's give them another round of applause. Woo! You'll notice we have our red, black, and green flag up in the boardroom for Black History Month, and we will be rotating that month for all of the months that we are rotating that flag for all of the months that we celebrate in our community. And so thank you for being a part of that special moment with us. We will now move towards the report out from closed session. And we have 3 closed sessions to report out. So I'm going to turn it over to Vice President Basdev.
Thank you, President Babbitt. So I have 2 closed sessions, the one on the 6th and the one today. Is that
I
correct?
have February 1st here on the agenda, but
Okay, I'll start with the January 6th report out from closed session. So January 6th meeting of the Berkeley School Board was called to order at 10 a.m. All directors were present for the public hearing. There was a motion to amend the agenda to approve the consent calendar at the public hearing. The motion was moved by Director Brown, seconded by Director Shinosky, approved unanimously by the board. There was a motion to approve the consent calendar, which was moved by Director Shinosky, seconded by Vice President Vasudev, and all directors voted unanimously to approve the consent calendar. Then the board heard item 3.1, the consideration of student expulsion. There was a motion to approve the stipulated agreement, which was moved by Vice President Vasudev, seconded by Director Chang. All board members approved. Director Shinosky was absent for that vote. Then the board heard item 3.2.1, OAH case number 2022-184, existing litigation conference with legal counsel. There's a motion to approve the staff recommendation, which was moved by Director Brown, seconded by Director Shinosky, voted unanimously by the board in favor to approve. The board then heard item 3.2.2, OAH case number 2022-211-0356. There was a motion to approve the staff recommendation, which was moved by Director Vasudev, seconded by Director Shinosky. Director Chang and President Bavid voted in favor. Director Brown abstained. There was item 3.3, which was not discussed, collective bargaining. Then I will move to the report out from closed session today. The meeting tonight was called to order at 5:37 p.m. All directors were present. The board first heard item 3.1, OAH case number 2022-100-840. There was a motion to approve the staff recommendation, which was moved by Director Shinosky, seconded by Director Brown. All directors voted unanimously to approve. Then the board heard item 3.1.2, BUSD case number 2022-23-03. There was a motion to approve the staff recommendation by Vice President Vasudev, seconded by Director Shinosky. All directors voted unanimously to approve. Then the board heard item 3.2, the consideration of student expulsion. There was a motion to approve the stipulated agreement, which was moved by Director Shinosky, seconded by Vice President Vasudev. All directors voted unanimously to approve. And item 3.3 was not discussed, collective bargaining. Thank you. That's the report out from closed session.
Thank you so much, Vice President Vasudev. Now we will move towards our open session public testimony portion of our school board meeting. We have enough speakers for 30 minutes, and if you all take 2 minutes each. So I'm going to ask for the timer to be set to 2 minutes. When I call your name, if you will come to the podium, and I'm going to call the person after you. If you will just stand nearby so that you're ready to go, that will also help us make sure that we can hear everyone within this 30-minute time period. If you don't get called or for some reason don't have time to speak, we also have another opportunity for public comment at the end of the board meeting. So we are going to start, and I'm going to tell you right now, please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Because I'm already struggling. Our first public commenter, it looks like Yair Nafatilan Kelwan, followed by Alana Nafatilan Kelman. Thank you so much.
Should I start?
Yes.
All right. My name is Yair Naftalin Kelman. I'm a senior at Berkeley High School. I've been throughout the Berkeley High system, the Berkeley Unified System. I graduated Malcolm X Elementary, and then I graduated King Middle School. I may not be able to attend my own high school graduation. I'm an observant Jew, and Berkeley High graduation is held on a Saturday. The Jewish Sabbath, Shabbat, falls every week from sundown on Friday night to nightfall on Saturday. On Shabbat, we do not drive, we don't use electricity, we don't cook or light fires, and we don't use technology. Instead, we spend this day immersed in our communities, celebrating and connecting with our family and friends. Observing this weekly day of rest has given shape to my life, and it has taught me so many important lessons. But leaving a part of my life behind for one day every week has also been challenging. Graduation is not the first event I've had to miss. I've had to skip birthday parties and track meets. I've had to miss out on social events such as movie nights, hanging out with friends, and even just not being able to communicate with my friends via my phone. We could make this work, compromising who we are and not fully participating. We have walked and biked miles to be included in various activities on Saturdays. And in each of those experiences, we are never fully included. Although we were able to physically be there, we were not able to participate fully. As an observant Jew, it would have been an obvious choice for me to attend a private Jewish school. I would not stand out wearing my kippah every day. My school would serve kosher food at lunch, and graduations and other school events would never be planned on Shabbat. But we did not choose that. I chose to attend Berkeley High. Berkeley High serves roughly 3,200 students coming from many different ethnic, religious, racial, and socioeconomic communities, which creates a community that integrates a broad variety of ideas. I have made a conscious decision to live immersed in two worlds, and it has made me who I am today. We live in a world of contradictions and competing values. Living with one foot in two different worlds has inspired me to pay attention to the beauty and the variety embedded in my many communities. And it has strengthened my identity and reinforced my own beliefs. Confronting this variety and solidifying my priorities as a high schooler has given me a solid foundation and has taught me so much. I hope that you will change the day of graduation and recognize my commitment to the school community. I hope you will act on your values of inclusion and diversity that I've learned throughout my 4 years at Berkeley High.
Right on time. Thank you so much. Before we move to the next speaker, do we still go yellow and red?
I believe so. There should have been a yellow light turn on before, 10
At
seconds
30
before
seconds,
it
right?
was timed up.
I didn't see it. Did you guys see it? So I'm sorry, I won't be able, if I verbally warn you when your time is coming up, then I'll interrupt you. Generally, if you see the yellow light, you know you're coming to an end, and the red light means stop. And if you go over, I will gently ask you to finish your sentence, and then we will move forward. So thank you.
President Babbitt, I just want to let you know that the commenters also have the option to view on their podium there too as well. They can see it on there.
Okay, excellent. So now we have Miss Ilana
Naftalin Kelman.
Thank you.
It's all good.
Thank you. And then followed by, I believe, your husband.
Yes,
Okay, so you can go ahead and line up and stand so you're ready to go. Thank you so much.
sure. Hi, I'm Yolana. I'm Yair's mom. I remember it clearly when Yair was in first grade and I walked into the classroom at Malcolm X to see him, our 7-year-old, wearing a kippah, his Jewish head covering, sitting next to a little girl with a hijab. And I thought to myself, this is why we chose to send our kids to BUSD schools. 2 years earlier, when Yair was finishing preschool, my husband and I sat down to plan for elementary school. As observant Jews, Jewish day school might have seemed like the logical choice. But as we talked about our educational and communal goals for our children, we quickly realized that we could find those and more at BUSD. It was the commitment to diversity and inclusion that was palpable in our kindergarten tours that led us to make this choice for our children. For the next 12 years, through Malcolm X Elementary, King Middle School, and now Berkeley High, we have chosen to continue to send our 3 boys wearing kippot, the Jewish head covering, to school, learning every step of the way about difference, inclusion, and the value of diversity. I first reached out to Principal Aaron Schwang, Principal Ragoza's predecessor, in November 2018. We had heard that Berkeley High had moved their graduation to Saturday at the time from what had historically been on a Friday afternoon. Given that our oldest child at that point was in the 8th grade, I thought reaching out to start the conversation 5 years in advance of his high school graduation might leave us enough time to plan ahead. Principal Schwang met with me to learn more about the needs of the observant Jews in BUSD. Superintendent Stevens, Superintendent Worthel's predecessor, did the same. We never expected that in March 2020, the life-altering pandemic would throw at us. And with that, BUSD administration was rightfully so focused on serving their students, including my own 3 children, and their faculty during this unprecedented time. As school life slowly turned back to in-person in March 2022, we heard again that graduation was scheduled for a Saturday. We reached right out to Principal Ragoza to restart the conversation we had started with Principal Schwang 3 years earlier. It took countless emails, months of waiting, and no responses. It was not until the end of September 2022 that we heard any substantive response from Principal Ragoza and the new superintendent, Superintendent Worthel. With 2 Zoom meetings in October, can I ask to finish? It's going to take not even a minute longer.
The protocol that we follow for everyone is to just finish your sentence once the timer goes off. But you can always email the board your comment.
Well, we have copies of everything. I would really like another 30 seconds to finish.
I'm sorry, they don't get to decide. But we can hear from your husband. Thank you.
My name is Rabbi Adam Naftalin Kelman. I'm here tonight as both a community rabbi that directs Hillel, a center for Jewish students at UC Berkeley, and as a father of 3 boys who wear kippot with pride at BUSD schools. I know personally how difficult it is to be that one kid wearing kippah in school. I too went to a big public school in Los Angeles, Birmingham High School, and was the only student to wear a kippah, and I'm better for it. While my wife spoke specifically about graduation, which is important to us as a milestone in our son's life, it is important for me to point out that this is just one significant moment that is illustrative of how Jewish families feel at BUSD. This is highlighted by a response that we were given as to why graduation was on Saturday. Both Principal Ragoza and a school board member told us that, quote, most people wanted it on Saturday. We've long moved away of making decisions on inclusion based on what most people want. We cannot make our decisions about including traditionally excluded groups based on what most people want, but rather based on the importance of including everyone in our community. These responses to me, my children, and our Jewish community that we say to us that we are not included as Jews within BUSD. No other traditionally excluded group would be treated this way. In August, I was thrilled when Superintendent Morthel reached out to me as a community rabbi and a BUSD parent. I was pleased at her openness and desire to hear about our experiences at BUSD. She agreed to meet with me and Jewish families to hear their stories. In October, we had a fruitful meeting with 35 families. In that meeting, we shared her story and listened attentively, and we gave her a detailed report of the experiences, a report that I will share with you today. It is clear in this report that BUSD lacks an understanding of the Jewish student experience. After months of email requests for follow-up, we have yet to have any substantive response to the report of our meeting. Both the timing of graduation and the lack of follow-up since our October meeting sends a message to Jewish families in BUSD and the wider Berkeley Jewish community that BUSD is not concerned about the experience of Jewish families. I know that BUSD can do better, and they should.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Renee Harris and then Amy Cottle.
Am I live? Okay. Good evening. I'm the ELD teacher and site ELD coordinator for John Muir Elementary. This is a joint statement written in conjunction with the elementary ELD specialists. First, we want to thank the board for approving our new multilingual learner master plan. This is an important first step in ensuring that we are providing a rigorous education that supports our multilingual learners in achieving the 4 E's. The next step is to complete a needs assessment. As we complete the needs assessment, we must address the fact that Berkeley Unified has not been in compliance with the California state requirements for designated ELD and integrated ELD at the elementary level for many years. Currently, all of the ELD specialists at the elementary level have part-time positions that do not allow them to plan and implement designated ELD on a daily basis, which is what the state of California requires. Currently at John Muir, I hold a 0.4 FTE, which is equivalent to 2 days or 2 hours and 52 minutes per day. I'd like to reiterate, the state of California requires our English language learners to receive designated English language instruction 5 days a week. This is not happening at John Muir, and we are out of compliance. Each site needs at least 1.0 FTE budget allocation to fund ELD specialists. The state of California requires that students be taught at their proficiency level. Even though we have varying amounts of ELD students, we teach a minimum of 6 to 7 designated ELD groups. If a school has more ELs, those groups have more students, but the average number of groups does not change. It is important for you to know that the multilingual master plan was written by teachers and families. Families are becoming aware that their children are not receiving state required amount of support. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amy Cottle. I'm the ELD teacher, site coordinator for Malcolm X Elementary. Our job as ELD teachers is such an important one. Our position is essentially two different jobs. One job as the ELD teacher is to provide direct instruction to students in grades TK through 5th in small groups by proficiency level. This requires coordinating schedules with general ed teachers, SPED teachers, and specialists. ELD teachers also have many different lesson plans to write for all the different ELD levels. We support students on our caseload by attending IEP meetings, SST meetings, and many more. The state of California mandates we give instruction 5 days a week, 30 minutes per day for all multilingual students. This is an impossible task given the majority of the ELD coordinators are only 0.4 FTE at each site. Therefore, we are out of compliance with providing ELD services to our students. We are asked to do a job that requires a full-time position, but only given a part-time percentage. The second part of our job is as an ELD coordinator. We are school liaisons to this unique parent community. We plan monthly ELAC meetings for all our families. We administer the initial annual LPAC assessment for all students in TK or K, or new students to the district. This requires canceling our direct teaching for our ELD students for the day so that we can administer the test one-on-one. We also have to administer the annual summative LPAC assessments to all multilingual students. Again, with only 0.4 FTE, we end up canceling direct services so we can use these assessments. Thank you
so
for your
much.
time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Soledad Gulera and Allison Kelly, followed by Kathleen Marte. I think you may all be there.
Hi, good evening. My name is Soledad Aguilera. I'm the mother of 3 students at John Muir Elementary. I'm also the president of our English Language Advisory Committee. You arrived in Berkeley last winter, and my children have been participating in the English Language Development Program for 1 year now. I come before you to present 2 concerns that parents have been sharing with me, and I believe that they need your attention. The first one is that our kids have been receiving language instruction for 2 days a week. And recently, as you just heard, it has been brought to my attention that English language learners are entitled to language instruction 5 days a week. So we're missing 3 days. One of the core values I have learned and embraced since we moved here from Argentina is equity. I understand English learners are being underserved, and I believe that to truly guarantee equity for English learners in Berkeley, 5 days of dedicated instruction should be ensured. Moreover, as detailed in the Multilingual Learner Master Plan, there are 2 parts to supporting the English learners and their families. The first one is explicit teaching, and the second one has to do with the services that the unique needs of immigrant families we have and the teachers are supporting. So not only do they teach our children, but they also coordinate services to help us onboard the community, understand the school system, understand the education system, and try to help us bridge the cultural gap. So there's part of this work that is added to the teaching workload, and they cannot successfully do everything with just 2 days of instruction guaranteed. So I thank you all for your attention and just want to emphasize that we need full instruction and also supporting the coordination of services. Good evening.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for your service to our school communities.
Good evening. My name is Allison Kelly, and I serve as a TL coordinator, ELD teacher leader at Berkeley High School. So I'll be representing the secondary or the Berkeley High program specifically. I am thrilled to have a new master plan for multilingual learners in Berkeley. However, we have a lot of work to do. We have a glaring disparity between the workload, the requirements, and adequate staffing. At Berkeley High alone, we serve 142 English learners and monitor 122 reclassified English learners, which is a requirement to monitor those students that have been reclassified. BHS is only allotted 0.2 FTE for the coordination of EL services. Only 0.2. The responsibilities of the EL coordinator at Berkeley High include monitor student progress, which means prepare and present reports based on the data of students and their progress. Administer the initial LPAC as new students arrive throughout the school year. Notify parents of their students' classification and place students in appropriate classes. So far, we've received over 30 new students this year since the first year of school. Imagine all the time it takes to enroll those students and get them on board and to inform their parents and involve them in their students' life at Berkeley High. We administer the summative LPAC for 142 English learners. On a campus like BHS, the logistics are challenging. We have to pull several different groups of students from their classes and meet with each student one-on-one to assess their proficiency in listening and speaking. We administer the STAR test to over 70 English learners as another critical data point for reclassification. We coordinate ELAC meetings for parents at least 4 times per year and ensure federally mandated topics are covered. We serve on the DLAC committee at least 4 times a year, and we attend district collaboration meetings monthly. We coach mainstream staff in integrated ELD and effective teaching strategies. We write grants, and we coordinate with the home language liaisons. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Marte, followed by Christina Harb, and then Katie Reese.
Good evening. I am Berkeley Unified School District's lead ELD teacher, and I'm excited about the work we are undergoing to implement our new multilingual learner master plan to ensure equity and academic excellence for our multilingual learners. Our new multilingual learner master plan describes designated ELD and integrated ELD in detail. These 2 programs are required by state law and are critical to improving equity, academic rigor, and reclassification rates. So designated ELD is a protected time where students receive explicit language instruction for 30 minutes or more at their proficiency level, whereas integrated ELD is a model that provides scaffolds and supports to students to access the Common Core curriculum and their general education classes. The ELD specialists have shared with me during collaboration meetings their concerns that our current model does not allow for designated ELD to be provided on a daily basis to all of our students, including at the middle and high school, with the varying needs and proficiency levels of our students, such as our newcomers, refugee immigrants, and our long-term English learners. Nor does the allotted FTE allow sufficient time to carry out all the duties of an ELD coordinator in grades K through 12. The ELD site coordinators unanimously have expressed the need for increased FTE to carry out all the parts of our new plan. In addition, our DLAC members have been asking the district to increase ELD FTE and services since 2020. The good news is the district has now begun the process of the needs assessment to determine the best way to remedy these parts of the plan. The work is being conducted collaboratively with the Multilingual Learner Master Plan leadership team, district administrators, and the different educational partners, including ELD site coordinators and DLAC. Thank you for your attention to this matter as we work together on the needs assessment. I am confident that by implementing the plan with fidelity, we will be able to retain highly qualified ELD specialists, improve reclassification rates, and ensure academic excellence for our multilingual learners. Thank you for listening and your time.
Thank you.
Excuse me for reading on my phone. My name is Christina Harb. I'm an ELD classroom teacher as well as the ELD coordinator at King Middle School. Hi. So the most notable part of King Middle School is that it has an incredible and very special newcomer program. Despite our staff's dedication and passion, it's become increasingly clear that we're really desperately in need of more FTE at our school to support our newcomer and our EL program. We have a unique program in that we have a vast range of language levels and students come from extremely diverse educational backgrounds and language proficiencies. Although best practices strongly recommend that students receive instruction with others at the same level, our program does not currently receive enough FTE to provide one designated ELD class per English proficiency level. In addition, many of our newcomers arrive with highly interrupted education due to war and geopolitical conflict. King has not been able to provide sufficient early literacy and numeracy courses as our funding is only sufficient to cover the ELD classes. We've also not been able to provide early phonics instruction for students who never gained literacy in their original native language, and we're also proposing a language-based math class to support our ELD students, which requires more FTE. Following the district's multilingual master plan, we're asking for more FTE so that we can make sure that students are receiving targeted cycles of intervention, especially for those who are significantly below grade level. And the Ed Code also requires that students receive daily integrated ELD, which means that all content teachers need to have sufficient professional development and training to be able to provide that to students in their classes every day. So these proposals are being suggested with the hopes that the school board will grant what is needed for our schools to uphold the commitments of Berkeley Unified School District to equity and excellence. Thank you very much.
Next, we'll have Katie Reese, followed by Lindsay Nofelt, and then Eliza No is our last public commenter of the evening. Oh, Eliza No, yes.
Hi, my name is Katie Reese. I'm a parent of 3 very young children in Berkeley. I'm also a teacher and a reading specialist employed outside of our district. It's really nice to see all of you here in person. I'm here once again in connection with the group Reading for Berkeley to discuss our core literacy program, Teachers College Reading and Writing Program, aka Lucy Calkins, aka Readers and Writers Workshop, has a lot of names. It's our core program. I'm really pleased to see the district making progress on our literacy improvement plan, but what continues to worry me is the delay in beginning the audit of our core reading program. When Tier 1 instruction is weak due to curriculum design, a lot of students look like they need Tier 2 and 3 intervention. Our core program is the most critical starting place for improving reading difficulties, and it really needs your attention right now. Not later, not a 2-year process, but right now. I absolutely understand the need for a thorough process to examine the strengths and weaknesses of our current program. We should take all stakeholders' opinions into account, but I encourage you to notice that TCRWP has been widely and publicly audited already. Neighboring districts are ahead of us in this process, and they don't have a legal settlement urging them to act. SFUSD is delivering the results of their external audit this month and are planning to pilot 2 new programs next year. Oakland Unified is in their first year of a new curriculum. If you're not already familiar with the national conversation around this curriculum, I really urge you to get curious and find out more. The units of study are lacking in many areas, not just phonics. The program also fails to provide sufficient instruction in reading, spelling, vocabulary, morphology, oral language development, and support for English language learners. It's a problem. We need to attend to it. Our teachers and our students deserve better, high-quality instructional materials, and they need it now. Let's get the show on the road. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Nofelt, and I'm speaking as a part of a group of educational partners called Reading for Berkeley. We developed a guide for families. It's the first in a series. Our first guide focuses on helping families understand how to get their child's test scores and what to look for in those results. We hope that families will download the resource in English or Spanish from readingforberkeley.org and sign up for our email newsletter. We built this guide because we've noticed a gap in communication with families. Many families are unaware that the DIBELS and STAR screeners exist to provide a temperature check for academic success. Even after some families knew about the scores, they didn't know how to access them or what to do with them. Our guide answers those questions. The current LCAP plan reported that only 39% of parents and students thought that BUSD provided families with information and resources to support student learning and development in the home. Only 32% thought that BUSD supports families to understand and exercise their rights and advocate for their own students and all students. There's room for improvement. We know that family engagement in schools can promote positive education outcomes. We also know that it's extremely difficult for students who fall behind in elementary and middle school to catch up, and that effective early intervention is one of the most successful tools we have to support our learners. When families don't have a complete picture of how their kids are doing, which includes report cards and screener scores, families can't do their part to advocate for early learning support. Up to age 8, it takes less time to catch up to grade level. We commend the district for printing out those reports and for helping our students succeed. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eliza No. I'm a parent in the district. Tonight, information from the Literacy Action Plan Progress Report will be presented, and I urge the board members to parse the report carefully, paying specific attention to how it addresses or does not address the concrete recommendations laid out by the court monitor just a few months ago. The court monitor recommended that the district provide detailed information on its plans to address middle school literacy by its third quarterly report. More specifically, by April 2023, BUSD should provide information on, number one, its professional development plan for middle school teachers on screening and progress monitoring, instruction, and curriculum consistent with the Literacy Improvement Program framework. And number two, identification of supports to the Tier 1 language arts curriculum for grades 4 through 8. I commend the spirit of partnership and communication among district leadership and community stakeholders. To this end, I ask the board to seek clarity on aspects of tonight's report that pertain to middle school, particularly LIP action item numbers 11, 12, 13, and 14. According to the report, the district is either approaching, has not started, or has not provided information on the status of these actions. I hope there will be an opportunity today to have answered, is BUSD on track to provide by April 2023 detailed plans on professional development for middle school teachers and on supports to grades 4 through 8 Tier 1 curriculum? I also commend the plan to hold a board study session focusing on the LIP on February 25th. I hope the board will take a deep dive into the Literacy Action Plan by cross-referencing it with the requirements of the Literacy Lawsuit Settlement Agreement, or at the very least with the Court Monitor Report recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment period. Thank you to everyone who came out to speak to us. And please know that you could also email us your comments directly at boardofed@berkeley.net. And you can also contact us individually. Our information is posted online, also at berkeley.net/school board. Now we will move towards our committee comments. Do we have anyone here to represent our board committees? Please come forward, say your name and the committee that you are representing. They have 5 minutes also.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Rachel Lee. You all look amazing in person. I am a member of the Parent Advisory Committee, PAC, and I'm making this statement on behalf of the co-chairs, Taliva Martin and Lindsay Nofelt. This is the second update from the PAC this academic year. Since our last report, the PAC met twice on December 8th and January 12th. In December, we invited the Director of Berkeley Research, Evaluation, and Assessment, BREA, Ruth Steele-Brown, to our meeting. She provided updates on the newly operational internal self-serve data system, EduClimber, and noted the progress made since she came on board just a little over a year ago. The next step will be to help educators learn how to use data to inform instruction in the classroom. This will require staffing and funding for the educators' time to reach the goal. She answered questions from our members and offered to attend again. We also heard from members of our committee. We fielded concerns about early literacy, as well as concerns about district parent engagement and ideas to make space for open discussions at future meetings. In January, educational consultant and former PAC member Sandy Park presented on how parents can engage and navigate the LCAP. One key takeaway is that many committees choose to review parts of the LCAP each year instead of attempting to understand and review the entire document. As volunteers, it is really difficult to comment on the entire plan with all 63 actions in the time allotted. Instead, we can take a strategic approach that allows us to focus on few key categories. The PAC also reviewed the recommendations for the use of the $600,000 in unexpected surplus funding to increase and improve services related to current LCAP goals. Some members expressed a desire to give feedback prior to the final allocation of funds. We also introduced our progress monitoring tool using Action 2.2 Response to Intervention, RTI. Members gather data from the school they represent. We received information for 3 sites on how RTI works at that school. Even with a small sample, there is great variation in services available and significant variation in how the limited RTI resources are distributed. We have a graphic that that illustrates the sample, and we're happy to, we'll be emailing it to you. Please note when you look at it, the differences in staff and subject matter allocation, differences in grades served, differences in programs used. There are commonalities as well. All sites value and are grateful for their interventionalists. All sites have limited RTI support available outside of regular school hours, and all sites report that there are students who could use the help but do not get it because of limited availability. Finally, we are currently seeking members from Berkeley Tech and Berkeley Independent Study. And these are PAC members to the committee. If you or someone you know might be interested in contributing to our friendly and active committee, please reach out to Liza Stupin, Director of Special Projects, or your school principal. And you can reach out to any of the committee members at any time. Thank you so much for your time and for your service.
Thank you. Do we have any other committee representatives here this evening? Okay, seeing none, I will move to union comments. Do we have any union leaders here? Seeing none, we will move to our board member and superintendent comments. Anybody ready to go first? I'll go first. All right, thank you so much. Director Shinowski.
I know nobody likes to go first. So I first want to announce that I'm going to be starting to hold office hours. My first office hours will be this coming Thursday, next Thursday, not tomorrow, at Casa Latina on San Pablo Avenue from 3 to 5. And I invite students, parents, neighbors, teachers, and staff and administrators to join me. I hope to see some of you there. I want to thank Wynn Skeels for giving me a tour of the A building at Berkeley High. I was so impressed by the new facilities and equipment. Students were there, and the excitement was really palpable. It was really beautiful. I also had the good fortune to attend the parent feedback session for our new K-3 science curriculum last week. A big thanks to Abigail Paskey, I hope I pronounced your last name right, a fellow science teacher who facilitated the breakout room that I was in and shared her love of teaching and learning science. I'd also like to let the public know that there will be a memorial service for Mel Martin, beloved BUSD teacher for more than 40 years, on February 21st at 1 p.m. More details to follow, but please make a note in your calendar. And then finally, I'd like to give a report on the workforce housing project. The project approved by the last board will bring 110 units of educator-only housing to West Berkeley. I believe it's the first educator-only housing project in the state of California. The project's moving forward. It's been submitted for entitlements. I asked what entitlements were, and essentially it's land use approval. And the governance committee is currently meeting to iron out the rules and regulations associated with living there. The developers, Saha and Abode, will then secure financing and expect to break ground in spring of 2024, so in just a year, with an anticipated completion date at the end of 2025. I want to thank Prachi from Van Pelt, Eve from Saha, Megan from Abode, and of course, Executive Director Khalees for taking the time to meet with me and bring me up to speed on the project. And that will be it.
Thank you, and thank you so much. Who else is ready? We don't have all night. Come on, let's go. Dr. Chang?
Sure, thank you so much. This is my first time. I want to thank everybody for coming in the evening and out of your busy schedules. And coming after Jennifer, that was super helpful. Thanks for going first, Director Shanowski. On February 15th, I will have my first office hours. It'll be a joint meeting, however, with Director Vasudev. It's a listening session on special ed. And so we'll make an announcement about the time at 5 o'clock, very likely in the evening. And we just want to hear from folks about their experiences with special ed. And it's really a constituent listening session. Also, want to thank folks and kind of do a check-in on some of the conversations I've been beginning to have with the superintendent and staff. Thank you so much for their time. I know they're very busy. In particular, I've met with Yasmina, Title IX, and had a great conversation with her, and also with the superintendent. I'm getting a feel about our complaint processing system and how that engages with a number of other entities within the district, and that's been really helpful. In addition, I've had some check-ins on restorative justice and on wellness centers. I think there's a lot of cohesion around this, and there's some traction with both superintendent and folks like Dr. Mangana of the Public Health Institute. Director Vasudev is really involved in this with me as well. And we're looking into a systemic kind of approach to restorative justice and wellness and complaint responses and in general psychoeducational supports at the school as well. So it's a start, and as a brief report out on restorative justice, it's BUSD has a great system in place. There's a lot of RJ for short programming in different classes. In terms of formal RJ, there are some folks at the middle schools, and we have some great practitioners there. Counselors in particular, a number of them with licensures who are certified to do clinical work. And that's really important, especially in this moment with many of the psychoeducational type of needs across the district. And there's less, however, at the elementary schools. And we're looking towards, with some of the support and allies in the community, of wrapping some of this together with mental health funds through the wellness center, through the complaint office at BUSD. So I'm excited. I see a lot of energy here, and thanks everybody again for all of your efforts and your service to the community. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Chang. Are you ready, Student Director Siegel? All right.
Hi, everyone. I first want to start off by thanking all the speakers that came, especially students. It's always great to hear student voices. They're so powerful, and we really need to hear more from students in general. This is my first time in person as well, and it's a little daunting, but I see some familiar faces in the crowd, so it's nice to see all of you in person. I want to again welcome the Student Director Brown. I am very happy to no longer be the only student on the board. I can't wait to meet you more and collaborate with you and share the student perspective. A little bit, that's what's happening at Berkeley High recently. We had a multicultural fair last Thursday and Friday. That was a big success. There were tons of booths that were just next to each other and sharing the space, and really was representative of our BHS community and just the energy and compassion that we have. And tomorrow we are having a wider club fair that will include the cultural clubs and the service clubs and all of the different clubs that we have on campus. This is our second one for the year. And so if you didn't get a chance to come the first time around, I invite you to come. It's a great chance to interact with students, but then also see just the capacity that students have to create their own clubs and pioneer their own direction in a new way. Besides that, I have really no other comments, but I'm very excited for the coming semester and continued collaboration with student leaders and faculty and administration. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Director Siegel. Perfect segue to introduce for the first time at a school board meeting from BTA, Ms. Tiara Brown.
Hi, I'm Tiara Brown, a representative from Berkeley Technology Academy. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to share with all you guys and get to know everyone better and to keep BTA in the loop of things. Currently at BTA, our school government and our Black Student Union is making plans for a Black History Month event that should take place on Thursday, February 23rd. If you have any questions about that or want to participate, I'm free. You can contact me anytime. And again, thank you for having me.
Excellent. Thank you. Vice President? Thank you, Basade.
Thank you, President Babbitt. First, I just wanted to thank our beautiful YGB students for their amazing performance tonight. It was really beautiful just to see them in action. So I wanted to give them a shout out. And I'm really excited to welcome our new student director to this wonderful group. It's so great to have you. And I look forward to connecting with you and hopefully visiting the site while you're there one day. It'd be great to visit with you. And then I also wanted to thank our superintendent, Ford Morthel, Elisa Gallegos Jackson, Dr. Tomas Magana, and Director Chang for a meeting we had recently about wellness centers. It was a very high-level conversation, but it was a good conversation, and I know it's a conversation that a lot of districts are having right now. I was able to go to the CSBA conference in December, and one of the most packed sessions had to do with how to implement wellness centers in our various districts. So thank you, Superintendent, for attending that meeting, and I think it'll be the first of many discussions we'll probably have on the topic. I also wanted to thank the DLAC committee for their work to get into the weeds on the LPAC test. I know it was a lot, but it was really great for me to be at that meeting and to understand what our parents' concerns around LPAC preparation for their students. Also wanted to give a shout out to the Willard Middle School crew for a fantastic exploratorium event last week. All the sixth graders at Willard got to present their different science projects, and the makerspace was open. For many parents, it was the first time looking at our makerspace on site, and I just heard a lot of positive reviews. I put pictures up on social media, and I will share with district staff too. But it was really wonderful just to see the students speak so eloquently about their projects, and I think that's something that makes us very unique as a district too, that we're not only teaching students science, but also supporting them in their public speaking and presentation skills. And it was great that after a long day at school, many of the students were, they could have been eating or playing with their friends, but they were very proud to show everybody their science projects. So spent a long time there. I was very proud of our sixth graders. Also, just wanted to make a quick announcement that there will be a bilingual presentation about the Latinx resolution on February 28th that will cover the various aspects of the resolution, including Spanish language community engagement. So I just wanted to thank the staff for doing that, and I'm sure there'll be more information about that presentation forthcoming. So thank you all.
Thank you. I've gone from trying to remember to find the mute button to the actual microphone button. So I will go ahead and go next. I also have my office hours posted, which will be next Saturday, February 11th from 4 to 5 from 3:30 to 5 at James Kinney Park. And if you've missed any of our announcements, we did make some slides, so you can watch the replay on YouTube for all of our other announcements that we have as a board. In an entrance of time, I want to give my board colleagues a couple updates. One is on the climate literacy resolution, and the other is the parking structure. So for those of you who are unaware, our climate literacy resolution's goal is to ensure that our students graduate well-versed in climate change sciences, issues, and solutions. Graduating students should also be well-versed in environmental and climate justice as a civil rights issue, recognizing that climate change disproportionately affects marginalized communities, and seek to engage, center, and elevate the voices and existing work of the most vulnerable communities to climate change: Black, Brown, Indigenous, and low-income communities. Since the staff's kickoff on August 6, 2022, which was attended by 30 staff and several students and community members who came together for 3 hours to set parameters for the work, school-level teams at the elementary, middle, and high school have been meeting monthly. In addition to sharing lessons, ideas, resources, and piloting climate literacy and climate justice lessons, the teams are planning a spring showcase and science/climate resilience fair that will occur in late April of 2023. The purpose of this showcase and fair is to share the students' work and the climate literacy resources with the larger community. I want to thank all of our team leads from each of the three school level teams and our associate superintendent, Jill Hogendijk, and director of K-8 schools, Debbie Dean, for supporting this important work. From planning local site events, coordinating curriculum initiatives happening in our classrooms, to keeping their eye on state funding initiatives and other grants BUSD can take advantage of, our team is on the job. The Berkeley High School team has a lot planned for their showcase, and they've even given me an entire slide deck, so I will forward that to all of you. So please mark your calendars, and so those of you who can attend, that we can be there to support this work. Regarding the parking structure, the facilities team is currently working on executing a contract for a neighborhood parking analysis study to be completed by a traffic engineer. The timeline for this to be completed is estimated as 6 weeks. Concurrently, the facilities department is also drafting a survey for all of the BHA staff to update the understanding of the parking needs for the staff. This draft will be finalized in collaboration with our labor partners and then sent to all BHS staff. We will have these results at the same time as the parking study being performed by the traffic engineer. In addition, in partnership with the city, BUSD's 2x2 committee will take this issue up in a special meeting that is currently being scheduled, but the goal is to post it and have it in the month of February. So we're looking forward to seeing what comes next with this parking structure and making sure that we have adequately identified the needs and that we're prepared to make sure that we make the best decisions in this funding spin of our Measure G. That concludes my board comments, and I've deliberately saved Director Brown last because she is giving us an update on our Black Lives Matter resolution and hopefully some thoughts on Black History Month as well.
Good evening, everyone. It is so great to see you all. President Babbitt mentioned that this is our first board meeting back in person since 2020. I must admit I was a little nervous about returning back in person. My board colleagues will tell you. But as soon as I entered into those double doors, it was like riding a bike, and all of the favorable thoughts and warm memories of being up here on the dais came running back to me. And I'm excited to return, and even more excited to be here in person with our governance team, and having you all here, our family and community members, is just the icing on the cake. So welcome, and thank you to all of you who made public comments to us this evening. We do not take your advocacy for granted, and we appreciate the words that you imparted on us. For tonight's meeting, President Babbitt, as she mentioned, charged each board member with a task to follow up on projects, initiatives, or ongoing work in the district that we individually supported, sponsored, or showed interest in. And the purpose of this charge was to be able to provide you, the community, with an update and on topics that you may be interested in as well. And so tonight, as President Babbitt mentioned, I have the pleasure of giving the community an update on the Black Lives Matter resolution that I was proud to sponsor back in 2020 after the earth-shattering murder of George Floyd at the hands of police officers. Before I begin my update, I would like to ask everyone to please join me in a moment of silence as we mourn the life of Memphis native Tyree Nichols, who, like George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and so many others, lost their lives due to the senseless, unfortunate, and inhumane actions of those who were intended to protect and serve us as a community. We, as community members, may feel so many emotions during this time. Those emotions may range from anger and rage and sadness to even fear. But we must remember that during times like this, it is the light and the goodness in all of us that helps us to recover and helps our community to shine brighter in times like this, in times of darkness. So please join me at this time as we gather as a community for a moment of silence. Thank you. The Black Lives Matter resolution seeks to uplift, support, affirm, and celebrate the lives of and educational experiences of Black and African American students in Berkeley Unified School District, while simultaneously shedding a light on the historically unjust and unfair treatment of Black and African American people in this country and beyond, and the impacts that it has on the educational experiences and outcomes of our scholars. Tonight, I am proud to report and announce some of the work that has been done in BUSD to improve the outcomes of our Black and African American students and to address the disparities. So we here in Berkeley Unified School District, I'll just start off with where we are here in this boardroom. We made a commitment to focus on our African American students, families, and staff members, and to ensure that there is a visible affirmation for the racial equality movement, the Black Lives Matter movement that happened here in the United States. And we decided to do so by hanging a banner up here in the board chambers. As you clearly see, it is still there today and will remain here in our board chambers. Additionally, we are the very first board and school district to pass and launch our African American Success Framework, a framework that is one of a kind. It is more than just a one-off program, but an entire framework that seeks to take a holistic approach to educating our Black and African American scholars. And it seeks to take a holistic approach to improving their experiences and their outcomes as well. And it's not just for our scholars, but it's for our faculty, our staff, and also for our families, because we know that if you invest in our children, we can change their families as well as change communities. And so I'm honored that we are continuing to do this work with our partners who happen to be here in the audience with us this evening. Welcome and thank you. Additionally, back in 2021, in 2022, and in 2023, we will do this in 2023, BUSD participated in our Black Lives Matter at School Week, and that our school sites, our equity teacher leaders, helped to put this on for our school communities. Additionally, many of the school sites organized school-wide Black History Month celebrations. They've done so for so long, but have also done so as charged by the resolution starting back in 2020. Additionally, to support and affirm our Black and African American students, the district hosted the annual Black History Oratorical Festival, and it was held virtually. Berkeley Unified School District has also ensured that our Educational Services Department purchased and developed resources for our educators and families for the distribution and posting on the BUSD website to teach about, to celebrate, uphold, and affirm the lives of Black people, as well as to help our families and our community members engage in critical dialogue about the experiences of Black and African American people in our schools, in our community, and in our nation. Additionally, we are still working to launch our Black Joy campaign, which will celebrate the full experiences of Black students, families, and community members. I have to take this opportunity to shout out the work of the Office of Equity Engagement and the ways in which they've continued to consult with our parents and our community members to ensure that these resources that focus on the well-being of Black families and Black caregivers are continuing to happen. Additionally, Berkeley Unified School District committed to the renaming process for Jefferson Elementary School because in accordance with our policy and in recognition of the fact that our schools should not bear the names of enslavers. And so I am proud to share with you all the excitement around Ruth Actie Elementary School and know that we still have more work to do in that area. As I come to an end, I'm also proud that this board, the Board of Education, the previous Board of Education, and this board currently continues to commit itself to address symbols of institutional racism and white supremacy, but also agrees to proactively address biases, practices, and policies that have institutional barriers and have led to continue to perpetuate injustices and inequalities within our nation, within our community, and most definitely within our schools. President Babbitt, I have so many other things that I could highlight and update about the Black Lives Matter resolution, but I do want to give space for the rest of the meeting because we have a long meeting. But I do want to take the time to thank staff, thank our superintendent, and thank all of our staff, our families, and our community members for being and staying committed in this work with us, because we know that this work is the work that is going to make the difference for our young people. So thank you for the opportunity to give the update, and thank you all for your listening ears.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we will move to our superintendent.
Good evening, everyone. I cannot tell you that I had that same rush of great emotions and feelings when I walked through those double doors, like Director Brown had, but I am happy to be here and in person just the same. So welcome you all to our first in-person board meeting. I just have a few announcements, but they are not brief, so get ready. Wanted to make sure that everyone knows that our enrollment deadline is Friday, February 3rd, and that is the deadline for parents to submit their enrollment forms for new students to BUSD from TK through 8th grade and for students transitioning from 5th grade to middle school. We've been accepting enrollment forms since January 3rd, actually, but again, Friday is the last day. We want to say thank you to our school community for your patience as our admission staffs work overtime to accept and process all of these new enrollment forms. Approximately 90% of our families submit their enrollment forms electronically, and this means we get about 300 to 400 emails a day during this time. Right. And so we want to make sure that you are aware that we are receiving your emails, we're responding to your emails, and we are getting a whole lot of emails. And so wanted to let you know that we also receive many phone calls, requests as well, and then people coming directly to the office. So as a consequence, we are about 5 or so days behind in returning those emails. We wanted you to know we hear you and we will be responding, but there is a bit of a delay in the response. We've also put an automated response for those families who are not hearing this message so that they can know that as well. Because of this delayed response, any family who submits an enrollment form by February 3rd will be considered even if you're missing documents. So you need not panic if you hadn't gotten a response by February 3rd. We will definitely consider your application as, even if it's partially complete, towards that deadline. We want to make sure that no one feels or is penalized. And then families who are missing documents will be granted a reasonable extension to complete the enrollment process. As a reminder, parents can submit forms electronically via regular mail, in person with an appointment at our admissions office, or actually we have an admissions drop box as well at our 2020, right next door, at our 2020 Bonar location. And I want to thank again our admission staff for responding to the emails that they have been, and for the ways in which we are trying to make sure that this process is a smooth process for our families, and that you feel that you're getting the information that you need. I'm so excited to welcome the new families into BUSD. My mommy used to say that I can show you better than I can tell you. And I will say that the babies who performed this evening definitely showed us way better than I can tell you, but I'm going to announce it anyway, that BUSD officially kicked off Black History Month today. And we did so not just by having performances for our babies and by our babies, but also by sharing reading lists and resources, family guides for our district staff, as well as for you, our community members. And that you can find that information on our Black History Month resource page. Both for the district-wide resources, and then some school sites have resources as well. As a school district that values diversity, we believe that Black history and the diverse experiences, perspectives, and stories of our babies and our people are important to share. And we don't just share those during the month of February, we share them 365 days of the year, 366 in a leap year. As was said, as we celebrate Black History Month, we do need to stop and acknowledge that we continue to be in very challenging times where Black bodies and minds are disrespected. And so we as a community and we as a district have to stay steadfast in this work and these efforts. And therefore, BUSD, as was said in the share out just a few minutes ago, really challenges white supremacy culture and racism every day, not just by celebrations, but also by educating our babies about the vast diversity of our community and the ways in which Black history and Black folks have contributed to the Americas. Finally, we've gotten a whole lot of emails and phone calls asking about school year 23-24. We are still working with our partners to finalize our 23-24 calendar, but I did want to share, and it will also be shared on our website, that we know that our first day of school will be August 16th, 2023, and that the winter break, it will be December 25th through January 5th, two very important dates that folks were asking about. So wanted to make sure you have that information. It will be also posted on our website. And again, we are working really hard to get you the full year's calendar as soon as possible. Thank you, President. That's the end of my comments.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I just want to add, again, my special thanks for all of you and for our equity teacher leaders, as well as Joey Gates, who is our ethnic studies director, who's in our libraries, who have really worked to gather so much information to support uplifting Blackness and this community celebration of Black history during this month. I personally was one of few African-American students in my public school growing up. And so I know what that feeling is like. And I also want to take this time to thank my mom and my family and my community just for really making sure that I had environments like Young, Gifted, and Black to go to so that I could really learn more about myself and learn how to walk with my head up high and really learn that Black history is about understanding the strength to overcome. It's about the spirit of the people, where an S is for strength, P is for perseverance, I is for imagination, R is for responsibility, I is for integrity, and T is for talent. And so all throughout my life, I've looked at which one of these characteristics, which one of these traits do I need to pull for the situation that I'm in at this moment. So I say we're going for perseverance so we can get through this meeting. At this time. And again, I want to say thank you to all of you for being here. I'm not sure who's winning the bet at this moment. We were trying to figure out how many people would actually come in person and be here and stay this long. So I want to, again, applaud all of you for being here. We will move right along with our consent calendar. Can I have a motion to approve our consent calendar?
So moved.
Moved by Director Brown. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Shinosky. Ms. Barrios, can you call the roll?
Yes, I can. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is Measure E1 on the consent calendar?
I don't see it.
Okay, it's not 13.20?
I see Measure I as 13.20 and Measure G as 13.21.
Okay.
Superintendent, should that be on here? Have the board seen that?
Measure E1 is on here as number 10.
Oh, she says it's on here as number 10. Oh, 13.10. Approval of the 23 tax rate?
Yeah, that's correct. Thank
Okay.
you. I just wanted to confirm that.
Yes, that is on here.
Okay. Student Director Brown.
You're gonna say yes.
Yes. Student Director Siegel.
Yes.
Director Chang.
Yes.
Director Brown.
Yes.
Director Shanowski.
Yes.
Vice President Basudev.
Yes.
President Babbitt.
Yes, thank you so much. And now we will move towards our first discussion item of the evening, which is around our extended learning opportunities. It's an update, and I believe we will bring Ms. Jill Hagendijk to the floor for this presentation. Hagendijk.
Good evening. Going to find all of the microphone. Good evening, President Babbitt, Directors, Superintendent. I'm joined here this.
One second, I want to make sure that they can hear you.
Testing.
Okay,
Testing.
we can hear you
Is that
now.
what
Thank you
testing?
so much.
Okay. All right, we'll start again. Good evening, President Babbitt, Director, Superintendent, members of the public. I'm Jill Hagendijk, the Associate Superintendent, and I'm joined this evening by Christy Rosigno, who is our Supervisor over Extended Learning Programs. We're here tonight to present on our Extended Learning Opportunity Program. And we want to make clear at the onset that this is a different set of funds than our original Extended Learning Opportunity Grant funds that were part of the grant that we received, districts across the state received during COVID as part of learning recovery. There have been some changes in the rules and regulations around our ELO programs and funding sources, and we want to take tonight to present to you and achieve the following outcomes that are outlined on the slide up there. To understand the purpose of the ELO-P funds, we want to review the steps taken in the development of BUSD's ELO-P plan, which will be brought to the next board meeting for the board for approval. And we want to share our proposed ELO-P plan and highlight key components and then take any feedback from the board as we finalize that document for approval. So with that, I will turn it over to Christy.
Good evening, Super. Can you hear me now? Okay, perfect. I can hear myself too. So good evening once again. Happy to be here with you this evening to provide some more information in relation to our work with the Extended Learning Opportunities Program. You're going to hear the terms Extended Learning Opportunities Program and the acronym ELOP used interchangeably. We do that all the time in education. We're going to probably do it tonight. And so with the ELOP program in short, you're looking at things that are outside of the school day. We're not looking at the things that are happening during the school time, but things that are outside of it, yet connected. And we want to make sure that that connection is there for our students. And the focus and intention of this programming is for students who are emergent bilingual and also students who qualify for reduced meals or reduced nutritional benefits. And so that's really the emphasis of what we're getting into this evening. And so if you're wondering what is ELOP, it is not, as mentioned before, the school day. It is either before or after or intersession days, those non-school days where our families and students might need more support. And the emphasis of this is really a whole child focus. It's not necessarily just on academics, though there are academic components. It is on looking at making sure that all student needs are met. And there is an emphasis on which students we can serve with this funding. And that would be students who are from TK through 6th grade. And once again, it needs to be something that is, when we're looking at these services, they are not going to be exactly the same as the school day because that's not going to be most benefit for students. However, we are looking for that connection. And I'm going to speak a little bit more to that connection a little later on. And so AB 30 is the state law that ELOP funding is nested underneath. And the state state law really lays out that this is for all TK through 6 eligible students. And we need to make the offer to all of those students and all of their families to be able to be a part of it. Another component of this law from the state is that it is for a 9-hour day. Now, families and students do not have to take a part of the full 9-hour day. However, they do need to have access to those not full 9 hours to make sure that they are we're in spirit of the law. And there's an emphasis on academics, but more closely through arts, music, and through sports. And so those are some of the pieces that are the intent of AB 130, which the ELOP funding follows under. And so some of the requirements are for this school year that we make the offer to at least 50% of our what are called unduplicated students. They're the students who I detailed on that first slide that I mentioned. And then for this next school year, the offer needs to be made to all of our students, which is something we're very much looking forward to. And when we're thinking of some of these requirements, once again, the priority is for students who are unduplicated. There needs to be snacks included, and there also needs to have intercession days. Intercession, otherwise known as days there's not school, and we're not thinking of necessarily before and after care, but days where there would not normally be care for students. And so this slide is detailing a bird's eye view of statewide funding for all expanded learning. So if you zoom back a little bit, that's what this is about. On the far left, you're going to see funding that is from ACES, which locally is what funds our LEARNS program. And then as you go to the middle, you're going to see that funding that our CAO was referencing in relation to COVID relief. There was a certain amount of funds that were for extended learning, but more specifically tied to that in relation to time. And then if you look over to the right, so you can see that there is a commitment from our state to increase the funding that we are putting towards extra services and supports for our students outside of the school day, and that it will eventually be growing to more than we've ever had. So this is a very exciting time in relation to what we're going to be able to offer our students who might need more support. We did have the opportunity to engage with the broader BUSD community. This engagement was done through a survey that was done through Google and also through paper, and then those results were input by hand. And what you'll see in this data on the far left is by who it is, who filled out this survey for us. On the right, you'll see it by which program that they're already in. And what is not detailed on the slide, but I think is important for you to know, is that overwhelmingly our community has shared that they want support in the summer. They already feel there, of course, there is improvements to be made, but there are opportunities for before care and for after care. But summer is really the time that they want more support. And so what is already in progress with some of this funding that was given to us already is with two agencies, one named Maxim, one named Elevo. The Maxim support is really geared towards students who have an IEP during their school day and need those IEP related supports, paying for that in the after school program. Elevo is an organization that provides sports enrichments that is for for sports enrichments during our programming. E for Arts, our Young Gifted in Black and Oratorical programming that we saw earlier this evening. And for a short amount of time, there was limited overtime for our BUSD instructional aids for kids in the after-school program. This was more preliminary. I'm shorting out.
Yeah.
This was prior to us having that contract in place, so we needed to make even if we did not have that contract there. So all of that to say that our students who have IEPs are able to not only have their support during the school day, but also in the after-school programs and on these intercession days, which may sound like, of course, it was a structure that we need to have in place that was not in place prior. Go to the next slide, please. And so our plan is linked in here. And some of the highlights of our plan is that we are offering LEARNS in the summertime. You might be familiar with our LEARNS program that operates during the school year. We are taking the opportunity of summer that currently does not have this programming. And in order to be able to have our staff who already have relationships with students who know them well, to be able to work with them during that time as well. The side benefit of this from a human resources perspective is we're offering a more sustainable job for these people. And then when we're giving you updates in the fall, we're looking forward to being able to provide that update that is positive in relation to our staff, that we're able to keep them. We also have that our ratio in TK is 10-1, and that's part of what we are looking to continue to support with our ELOP plan. And that 9-hour day, which sounds like a very long time, however, when it's broken apart, many different activities that the students are engaging in is something that is a benefit to the students. And so the extended learning program, if we're looking at it more big picture, it is not necessarily just Bears or Learns or summer school. We're really looking at this holistically, and the expanded learning opportunity plan is going to be a time for us to braid this funding together to really have cohesion between our services we're offering our students who might need the most support. This slide details our next steps for our extended learning opportunities plan. And you can see here we are now. We are getting our draft plan together. We'll be bringing it to you soon. And we look forward to June and beyond, where we'll have our full revised plan implementation and continuing this on. So it is funding that is in place for a certain amount of time. Our state has committed to it continuing on beyond this. So we're looking to set the structures now that we'll be able to refine and continue as we go forward. As mentioned, the actions to come. If you have a student who is going to be rising to 6th grade or rising from 6th to 7th, they'll be able to take part in Ride on Sports summer program, where they're pairing with local Bay Area athletes and sports writers to be able to develop their own writing voice and continue that on. As mentioned, those Learns programming. And we're happy that we have those Maxim and Elevo supports for after-school programs and looking to continue that on. So our students who wanted to have varied activities and do different types of athletics, or who need that IEP-related aid support, are able to have it in our programming.
All right, that concludes the presentation, and we'll take any questions.
Thank you so much. And as we think about our questions, can you repeat for us again your expectation that you're going to bring a plan for consent?
So the plan is linked in tonight's agenda. It's also, there's a hyperlink on the slide that you see there. So we'll take your feedback and we'll adjust the plan and then bring that to the next board on consent, the next board meeting on consent. Correct.
Okay, thank you. I got a little confused given she's saying that you're drafting a plan in future months. So can you explain?
Do you want to clarify? Yeah, so it's
if you can go back to that slide and just explain how it relates to what's going to come back to us on consent.
Sure. So apologies. So the draft of the plan is coming to us. So it shouldn't say draft the plan. It should say bring the draft of the plan, given the.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for
So then you want us to approve that in February, and then the work will begin in March through June and beyond. Understood. Okay, thank you so much. So board colleagues, as we ask our questions, please keep in mind this is something that they want us to approve on the next meeting. So if you have questions, concerns, or things that you would like added to the plan, you want to make sure that other things have been considered, other community groups have given input into this plan, now would be the time to really make sure that we provide staff with that feedback. I'm open for questions.
You're the
Director Brown.
You're the president now. I'm just the director. But thank you, President Babbitt. First of all, it's such a joy to be able to see you in person in general, and to have you here. You are newer to our district, and so we're happy to have you and welcome to you. And thank you all both for this presentation. I wanted to go back to what you originally said about who we are originally seeking to provide this program to and how that shifted. Do you mind repeating that? And I'll ask my questions around that if that's okay.
I can start, and then please, Jill, chime in. So the original intent of this funding as it was given.
Maybe use the microphone?
The original intent of this funding as it was given prior in the heat of the pandemic was more towards looking at expanded learning opportunities in general. So there was specificity on it, but it wasn't as specified as to which students it was supposed to serve. This new round of funding does have that additional specificity in that it is going to be more specifically for emergent bilingual students and also for those who qualify for free reduced meals.
Absolutely.
And then the other addition is that it is only for TK6. So in the original grant, it was TK12. And so that is also, I think, part of the education that we've had engaging with other educational partners is that it's not the full spectrum TK6. Yep.
Thank you. I appreciated that. And I heard the TK6, but wanted to ensure that our other subgroups of learners who need the support are that it was identified for our community that they're getting it as well. Thank you so much. You answered my question.
Vice President Basadel.
Hi, I just wanted to say thank you so much for the presentation. I know that we had comments earlier from our ELL teachers, and they highlighted some of the feedback that we've been getting from DLAC, particularly about like expanded learning, additional funding from the state for extracurricular opportunities. And for 2 years now, we've heard comments from DLAC that they'd like additional STEAM opportunities. That the committee has requested literacy support before as part of the public comments to the board, and we heard it reinforced by some of our teachers today. And so I'm wondering, in your listening sessions, has there been a listening session specifically? I saw the survey results, but I'm curious how they break down by demographic, and particularly how many ELL families responded. So that's number one. Number two, if in the DLAC committee, we've done a listening session about this funding, because I think we'd get some really great feedback consistent with the one that the committee has given for 2 years now. And three, I know that they've brought up things like Super Science Saturdays, and I'm curious what other districts are doing and with this funding to support maybe STEAM opportunities, culturally responsive literacy support, or maybe some of the culturally responsive math support, as we heard today from the public comment. I think it was the teacher from the King Newcomer program.
Sure, it's on. So in relation to that survey, in an effort to limit the amount of information we were presenting, there was some information taken out that we can get back to you so you have that data and that information around the different demographics of folks who completed the survey. We have that for you and can get that as a follow-up. In relation to the planning, I love what you're talking about with STEM opportunities and literacy opportunities, because when we were having these different sessions with both communities and the family members, and also with our internal staff who are looking to provide some of these summer supports, that was exactly the thing that they have been talking about, is leaning into those spaces to really have it be highly engaging activities and opportunities for the kids in relation to STEM and literacy.
And I think that I would just add that Christy convenes a broader group of staff who are engaged in the summer planning process. So that's inclusive of some of our programs like our CTE programs and the STEM-related work that Wynn Skeels has been leading for summer programming. So we are looking at those more robust summer program offerings that would live outside of the ELOP funding.
And are any of those programs like culturally responsive for English language learners in particular?
Yeah, so there's been a program that has been in Berkeley that we're looking to expand for this year, that is through Bay Area Writing Project, specifically for emergent bilingual students, and really is the first thing that comes to mind when you mention that culturally responsive programming for emergent bilingual kids.
Anyone else? For me, I'd just like to know if, many years ago we had an after-school task force, and we've also received feedback from our PTA council and various communities about the things that they would like to see in our Extended Learning Opportunities Program. Can you highlight for us ways in which this plan incorporates that feedback?
I've had the opportunity with myself and my colleague and supervisor, Lisa Estupin, director of state and federal programs, to be able to work more collaboratively in an ongoing manner with the PTA Council, and also with a PTA group of parents who want to meet with us and work on the things that we want to improve within our programs and build a shared vision of that. Most recently, there were surveys that went out to all families who were enrolled in our expanded learning programs around what's working well and what is not yet working as well. And we spent a lot of time with those PTA members to look at what from that data that is there do we all want to focus on the most. And we were able to share with the expanded learning teams of our current staff that data, and also work with them in relation to increasing active supervision, increasing the enrichment opportunities that are there. That's just to name a couple. So there's a lot of work that's happening that's not necessarily laid out in this plan on those matters.
And why wouldn't they be in the plan?
So this is more specifically to this one specific funding source and how we are going to look to allocate this one source. I don't think that it's going to be a situation where the active supervision and those improvements that we're looking on in our current plans are not included in the new programming. I think it's a matter of the presentation that we gave this evening was a short summary, and happy to provide further information if needed, if there's more specificity requested.
Well, I do like specifics. And I would also like us, if we can, to take this time to make an overarching plan for what we want to do with our extended learning opportunities. I realize we're talking about one funding source, but if we're working on a plan and we can incorporate all of our goals in one articulated vision and mission and implementation strategy, it seems to me then we can then find our other funding sources to make it all come together. And in my opinion, it would be a great opportunity to do this work at this time, if that's possible. So I'll look for your feedback on how we can do those things as well. Do my other board colleagues agree? I see two nods, so that's three.
President Bassett, I'm sorry, looking at all these faces. President Babbitt, that is the plan, and some of the work that was just mentioned in terms of engaging our families, our PTA, and also engaging some of our other affinity groups and committees is in service of that plan. So again, like you said, this is a very specific chunk of money that can serve for after school and extended learning, but our goal is to have a more detailed plan around what after school and extended learning and enrichment looks like. That includes the after school model, but also summer school as well. And just to respond to you, Director, Vice President Vasudev, we actually just left a meeting today where we confirmed that we will be doing the Super Science Saturdays, as well as some great things for STEM over the summer months. So excited about that.
Wonderful.
Yep. And I guess I would just add, Christy is new, but she has already hit the ground running and has been organizing a lot of this work into that more comprehensive, broad scope vision that includes TK, PK-12, and what we want for extended learning. There's been some visioning work that team has been doing, but for the purposes of ELO-P, there is a plan template that the state put out in December. So we've completed that template, and we're required to have board approval on a specific ELO-P plan. So that's, part of that broad vision and coherence building sometimes doesn't sync up with the compliance-oriented documents that we need to do, but we'll make sure that we braid those together.
Great, thank you so much. Director Shinosky?
Yeah, I just have one sort of follow-up question that's related to all of that. Related to the survey, it says it went out to all TK through 6 families, and there were about a little more than 500 responses. So how well do we think the responses from all families represent the responses from this small segment? Because sometimes the needs are different.
That is also a slide that got cut. So 87% of the responses were from families who identify as unduplicated as laid out by the law.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for presenting to us. We realize this is your first time here before us, so welcome. Thank you for joining BUSD and for all the hard work that you are bringing to our community. Ms. Barrios, can you help me out? And for this next item, can you put a timer up of 60 minutes? I should have done that for the last one just to make sure that we were on time. I also want to let everyone know that our student directors are formally excused at 9:30 if they wish to leave at that time. They're also welcome to stay, but we do want to make sure that they are fresh and ready for school tomorrow. And so now we're going to move to our LCAP and mid-year data presentation. And as you can see, our superintendent has joined, Associate Superintendent Jill Hogendijk.
Good evening again. I want to note that our president asked for the timer to be set as soon as she remembered that I was presenting, and when she knows we're presenting on data, because we get super excited to present on data, but we
need your mic. We need your mic.
Sorry, we're happy to be here this evening to do a twofer, if you will. We want to share with the board and the community a high-level overview of our LCAP plan, our local control and accountability plan, which is really the plan that really guides what we do as a district. It outlines our theory of action and some goals, as well as some strategies to achieve those goals. And we're going to take the time to also give you a mid-year data dip. So it means we're going to look at some very specific data points that gives us some indication if we're making progress towards those LCAP goals. Presenting with both myself and our Associate Superintendent, Jill Hogendijk, will be Ruth, who is our Director of BREA, so she'll be coming up momentarily, as well as Rose James, who is our literacy TSA that supports the literacy instruction, coaching, and PD for our district. So as I'm getting started, I would ask the two of them to please make their way to the table. So we start every presentation. The other presentation, they didn't say it, but they showed it with our mission, which is to enable and inspire our diverse student body to achieve academic excellence and make positive contributions to the world. And we know that that is a big, bold goal, and it is a daunting goal, a goal that is far out of our reach right now, or so it feels as we make progress towards it, and it still feels like the mark continues to move. But our LCAP is an opportunity for us to say as a community how we think we can make that mission true for all of our students. And our mid-year data is a way for us to, again, to kind of see if we think we are making the right moves in service of that mission and in service of those goals. I called out for you all back in December a need for us as a district to focus on organizational clarity. And organizational clarity, per how we've defined it, is everyone in the organization being able to answer these 5 questions that are here on the screen in front of you. The LCAP really helps us try to answer a good 2 or 3 of them. It helps us to name and say and document what we plan to achieve and by when. It also helps us to understand and, again, make a public declaration, if you will, around how we're going to measure progress and hold ourselves accountable. And the LCAP, because it is attached, it has funding and resources that come with it, also gives us a way to actually share and show how we allocate our resources in service of those goals and our metrics. Want to remind you all that when we talk about organizational clarity, it is not just those 5 questions, but we've identified 4 key areas around which, as a system, as BUSD, we need to get clearer if we are to make our mission real and true for all of our babies. And so with that introduction, I'm going to pass the mic and the clicker to our Associate Superintendent. And I'm sorry, just so you all know, we're going to do this again in 2 chunks. So we'll spend the first chunk of time really focusing on the LCAP, take some questions for that, and then we'll go into our mid-year data dip.
Good evening again. So we're going to spend this next little bit of time talking about the Local Control and Accountability Plan, otherwise known as LCAP. The LCAP is a 3-year plan required by the state that describes the goals, actions, services, and expenditures that support positive student outcomes and address our local priorities. The LCAP is that opportunity for us to share the work that we're doing to deliver programs and services that meet those identified student needs. And it really works toward the organizational clarity components that the superintendent just described. Who are we? What do we plan to achieve and by when? How will we measure our progress? And how will we use our resources to achieve those goals? So what is the LCAP? It's a plan and a process that connects our goals and actions to those resources. The Local Control Funding Formula, or LCFF, is the comprehensive way that districts receive funds, and it's the way that the state allocates money to school districts. Districts receive both base and supplemental LCFF funding. The LCFF base funding is a per pupil student-based allocation. And the LCFF supplemental funds are additional funds provided to improve or increase services for low-income English learners and foster youth. It's a requirement for districts receiving this funding that we have a 3-year LCAP plan, and that's developed in collaboration with our educational partners. And we are currently in year 2 of our 3-year LCAP plan. So that 3-year LCAP plan, as you can see here on these bubbles, describe those components. And part of why we do a mid-year data review is because we're preparing ourselves for updating that LCAP and submitting our annual budget. At the same time, our schools are gearing up for the school planning process, which is work that we do each spring as we plan for the coming year. As I said, each LCAP runs on a 3-year cycle, and we're in year 2. And the process starts by determining student needs, looking at that data. And then we establish those goals and then align the budget to support that work. This is a snapshot of the timeline and where we are. So on an annual basis, we have ongoing meetings with our parent advisory committee, and we heard from some of our PAC members today and appreciate the partnership and information that they are able to process as we help refine the goals for the goals and actions for that plan. We also engage educational partners and community through feedback. We have completed an annual survey, and we are in the process of analyzing those results to help inform the LCAP. And then we have participated, we just launched the SBAC group this week, which is our budget planning group, the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee. And all of that work will go into preparing an update for the LCAP and the budget that the board will then approve in June. Our community engagement is a key component of the LCAP process, and we have two main advisory groups, our Parent Advisory Committee, as we've mentioned before, alongside of the District English Learner Advisory Committee, or DLAC. But in addition to those groups, we have many other groups and opportunities to engage with stakeholders and educational partners across the district, and you see those outlined here on this slide. All right, so that's a little bit about how the LCAP came to be and some of the components that go into the planning. But we wanted to share a little bit about the key components of Berkeley's local control and accountability plan. You all have seen the slide in various presentations before, but BUSD holds a number of initiatives that embody really important work that have evolved for very important reasons. And across those initiatives, the African American Success Framework, our Multilingual Learner Master Plan, our Latinx Resolution, our Literacy Action Plan, and the LCAP, we have over 240 actions that we have identified that we will be taking to improve outcomes for our students. The LCAP contains 63 of those actions, but what we have shared is that across all of those plans, there are some common themes about a need to strengthen our Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports, that we need to identify additional focus, support, and intervention for our specific student populations, that we need to provide capacity building and cross collaboration for our teachers and our school leaders, and we do need to strengthen our ability to monitor progress in the context of data governance and data routines. We have 5 LCAP goals that you see here, providing high quality classroom instruction and curriculum, which you can really look at as being the components of Tier 1 instruction. Goal 2 is provide necessary and timely academic interventions. So you can look at that as being Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports. Goal 3 is around ensuring that all sites have safe and welcoming and inclusive climates. Goal 4 is that we use local and state measures to assess student progress. And then goal 5, which I understand was new for Berkeley last year, is to really address the needs of our students experiencing homelessness. That's called out specifically because that is one of our subgroup populations that have been identified by the state as a subgroup that we need to be paying attention to. In the context of those 5 goals, we have 63 actions, and those 63 actions can be sorted into these action areas that you see here on the screen. For the purposes of tonight's presentation, we're going to be focusing on the actions that involve improving core instruction, the actions that involve improving intervention and support programs, and then all of this in the context of improving our data collection and reporting. So we have our goals, we have our actions, and then those actions are attached to measures. And I'm not going to go into detail over these next 5 slides, but we definitely wanted these to be in here for reference. We will be referencing some of these metrics as we proceed in the mid-year data part of our presentation. But we wanted to give you a high-level view of the of the metrics across each of the goals. So this is a representation. There are actually a lot of metrics in BUSD's LCAP. So this is a snapshot of some of those that are involved for goal number 1, which is improving those basic services. So you see the measures there on the left-hand side, which are everything from our CASP or CSBA assessments that are issued each spring. We also look at things like AP and CTE course enrollment, our A through G CTE completion rates, and things like that. You'll see the baseline. So those were the baseline numbers that we had coming into the 2021 school year. We've completed the year 1 outcome for 2021, year 1 outcome for 2022. Those were some of the measures that you saw when we came before the board in October for the fall data review. And then on the far right column, you see the desired outcome. The reason why we have varies across subgroup for our CASP, ELA, and math administration is because we've set specific targets by grade level and by program groups, and those just didn't all fit in that little box, but they are all available on the LCAP. So we have the progress monitoring measures there for you across goal 1. You'll see the same format there for goal 2. Goal 3, goal 4, which is about the measures, and then goal 5 for our students experiencing homelessness. And with that, we'll stop and see if there are any questions.
Thank you. I have a couple, so I will start if that's okay. For goal 5, the wording for our homeless students, I'm hoping that maybe in conjunction with our parent advisory committee, we can really rephrase that wording so that it's not so deficit model. I appreciate focusing on chronic absenteeism, but I also don't think we should necessarily associate suspensions and other behaviors directly with our homeless students. And that is something that the past board asked for. And so I'm hoping that as we update this plan and approve it for this year, we could actually really think about that wording for our goal 5. I realize that all of our actions are really meant to support them in general, but I would like to call them out in a more positive light as best we can. And secondly, as I was looking at the targeted metrics and that baseline, it appears that is consolidated data for all BUSD subgroups and not just focused on our prioritized pupils. And so I'm hoping that we could also make sure that we have a focus. That was a great slide. I really appreciated how clear it was to read. If we could also have that kind of clear chart of our baseline and where we're trying to go for our prioritized pupils, I think that would also be very helpful as we monitor our LCAP plan and the supplemental spending that we use for it. Those were my only 2 comments. I do want to let the community know because of the rainstorm, we missed our deep dive into the LCAP plan. So we are trying to weave it in as best we can. And this seemed like the perfect opportunity to start that conversation. And it is the strategic plan of the district, so you will see more of this throughout the various presentations. Vice President Vasudev.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. I have a question about the percentage of English learners making progress. My question is, can you break that down? Like, how do you evaluate that? Are you looking at reclassification rates? What does making progress mean? And then also, why is the desired outcome only 60%? And I asked you this question because there was a robust conversation about it before both of you got here last year at the DLAC meeting and the previous year too. Why is it so low? We should have pushed for more. A lot of DLAC parents are really upset. So I just want to know kind of where we are in our thinking. Like, is that too low? Is that comparable to what other districts have? And how are we evaluating what making progress means? Thanks.
So the short answer to both those questions is yes, English learner progress is measured by the reclassification rate. We are also paying attention to a number of other factors that would contribute to that reclassification, right? So we're looking at grades, we're looking at performance on the SBA in addition to teacher input on that progress. I also asked that same question about how did we get the desired outcome. So my understanding was that, that was a process that was followed back in the 2019-2020 school year. So I can't speak to how all of those were calculated, but that's, I think, part of why those targets fluctuate across subgroups. And in my experience, just looking at a few of the LCAPs across the Bay Area, the answer to that is it varies by district, right? So you're going to have some districts that will say everybody at 100%, and you'll have some districts that are running that regression analysis to determine what's a realistic target depending on the population. So I also asked if we could switch those desired outcomes, but the short answer is that we have desired outcomes for our 3-year plan. So we'll need to look at that as we come into the next 3-year plan, which will, that will be the work that we'll be doing next year.
We're at this moment, we're only talking about the information that they have just shared. And so I realize some of our viewing members are a little confused that Dr. Vasudev is referring to a chart that you will see in our data presentation portion. So I just want to just hone in everyone. If you have any questions or concerns about just the slides that we have seen thus far, now would be the time. And we will move towards the data questions after this section, once the community is also seeing those slides.
Yeah, I understand, President Babbitt. This was a slide that was showed though right now. So I'm asking a question about a slide that was shared right now. And I guess my follow-up question to that is, and you don't have to answer it now if it's appropriate to answer in the future part of the presentation. But with our English Learner Master Plan, right? If it's in the plan, right? We talk about monitoring post reclassification, and so I'm wondering if that impacts what that percentage would look like in the future. Thank you.
It might, right? So we have a requirement to monitor students for 2 years after reclassification. And so these are a number of those data points that we would want to track for those students.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So next time, staff, if you could go back to the specific slide, that would also help us as we're trying to figure it out, because I didn't see any actual real movement happening. Okay.
I have a question, and I'm not sure if it's right to ask it at this point because we missed our stormy day deep dive, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So I see the slide that you have with the LCAP action areas, which is really helpful. I like that graphic. And so we do a lot of work to try and address many of the problems. And then we have all this data in the subsequent slides to tell us whether we're meeting it or not. But do we have a way to connect specific initiatives or specific actions with the data that we're looking at?
It's never perfect, but one of the things that I can share with you is one of the things we're going to share in our upcoming slides is that we have now launched a platform called EduClimber. And what that would allow us to do is, at the very minimum, match students to interventions and programs that they're in to see if we see progress from those students. There are some pretty specific and nuanced actions in our LCAP plan that might be harder to say because I did this happened. But we definitely have an opportunity to look at some of those interventions and programs and see progress, and then kind of have some conversations around what made the difference and what we want to continue, what we want to modify.
Thank you so much. That's super helpful.
I'm just wondering, would it be okay for a 5-minute break before we move to the data and then go to the next portion? And that way, if our students want to leave at this point, it's a kind of natural stopping point for them as well. I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to leave, but I want you to have a natural stopping point if you do need to leave. So we're just going to recess for 5 minutes. Can I call for a motion to recess?
I'll move to recess.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any abstentions or no's? Directors, no. Okay, we will recess for just 5 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. When they're seeing it on the YouTube feed, it's flickering.
Oh, yeah.
Director Shanowski, did you make the cake?
Yes.
It's amazing.
Oh, good. I said, I'm gonna bring you all, you guys work so hard. I'm gonna bring dessert every board meeting.
I'm gonna be the first one. Look. I'm here.
All right, I need all my board members to please return.
I really do like this graphic.
Next time, I won't underestimate the value of break time as 5 minutes. I'm like cold and I'm hot and I'm normally cold. I mean, I'm normally hot.
This is what's happening.
Board colleagues, if you could please return. We want to, we've already gone over our 5-minute break, but we do want to honor people's time and move on to the next presentation, part of this presentation. So at this time, I will turn it back over. Well, I guess I need to call the meeting back to order. So I'm calling the meeting back to order, and we will begin.
We are not on the correct slide. Here it comes. It's coming. We love technology here in BUSD. While we are getting ourselves ready, I just want to, again, say that now we are moving on to our mid-year data dip part of the presentation. And this data dip is important as we talk about the LCAP, but it's also important, again, because when we called out the need for us to focus and improve our organizational clarity as a system, one of the ways that we called out doing that is by really engaging in continuous improvement. We also said that we wanted to really enhance and improve our data routines and to have consistent reporting that was transparent and friendly, both to you all as board directors, but also to our community. So we're going to present to you and share with you some high-level data, but want you to also know that our educators at our school sites and at the central level are dissecting this data at much more finer grains and using it to both inform, again, our continuous improvement efforts, as well as to inform instruction and next steps and interventions. The other thing I wanted to call out is that those plans that our associate superintendent called out very clearly had a theme and a pattern around the need to progress monitor. And so this is, again, an opportunity for us to do so. And so just moving ourselves to look at data by grounding ourselves in the fact that even though we are going to show you a whole lot of numbers this evening, this is not about numbers. This is about babies and lives and learning. And that's going to be indicated. One indicator will be the numbers that we show, but we do this with our educators and want to do it with community, that we're grounding ourselves in the fact that these are babies, people's prized possessions. And this is us working to make sure that they are able to make positive contributions to the world and achieve academic excellence. So our first slide is just a slide just to give you some intro information about just the configuration of BUSD. We are a medium-sized district, I would say. We have a total enrollment of 9,050 students, and you see here the breakdown of those students, both by race and ethnicity, as well as what we call program. And so programs examples are English learners and students who are in our special education programs, students who are housing insecure, et cetera.
All right, we are going to be looking at a couple of data sets today and just want to set up this first slide because you'll see this pattern repeated a couple of times over the course of this presentation. But for each of these sections, so we're going to start with attendance and suspensions. We've tried to outline the relevant LCAP goals. So in this case, LCAP goal number 3, and then pulled out from the LCAP some of the related actions. So there are many actions across each of the 5 goals, but these are some that we felt were directly related to attendance and suspension, but they're by no means all of the whole list involved in this case. And then we've also identified some related measures. So what we are trying to do here is pull that through line. What does the LCAP goal say? What are the actions that we're taking? And then what are the related measures? And how are we going to look at those measures tonight? So we're going to start with chronic absenteeism and our attendance rates. We all recognize that the challenges coming out of the pandemic have led to a severe chronic absenteeism problem, not just in Berkeley, across the state and nationally. Being present in school every day matters. It's important. We need students in our classroom to participate in the learning and to be involved in the interventions and supports that we have available to them. And if they're not there, we can't deliver on those services that we have outlined. Being chronically absent makes it really difficult for students to catch up. So there are actually 2 pieces of data here on the slide. One is the attendance rate, which is really looking at the average daily attendance. And if you were just looking at this table in and of itself, our attendance in Berkeley doesn't look too bad, right? So we're looking at most grade levels and many of our ethnic student populations with average daily attendance at 94% or higher, which really isn't that. It's definitely higher than some of the other districts that I have worked in. So we know that kids are coming to school, and that's great. We've got welcoming schools, kids are coming. But when you dig into that data and start to look at the chronic absenteeism, and chronic absenteeism is defined as missing 10% of the number of days that the student is enrolled. So that's important to note because a student could be in Berkeley Unified for the full 180 days. They could be a new student and only here for 100 days. So that calculation is going to vary by student. But that chronic absenteeism rate is really reporting those individual students. And when we look at our focal student groups, there are a number of student groups that we need to pay attention to that are listed there in that yellow bubble. We showed you a similar bubble when we came to present the data in the fall. And so what you see there in the numbers in the black on the left-hand side are the chronic absenteeism rate, which really reflects the 21-22 school year. And what's in the red on the right is that chronic absenteeism rate for those particular groups at the end of semester 1. So you can see that while it looks like there's some improvement maybe for our students experiencing homelessness, we still have relatively stable numbers across some of our other focal student groups. So that's definitely an area that we need to pay attention. But, oh yeah. go ahead.
I just wanted to make a note about chronic absenteeism. Once you're chronically absent, you're chronically absent. And so a lot of our work is to try to prevent students from becoming chronically absent. And so when you hear about some of the work that we're doing in our next steps, I just want you to keep that in mind, that number doesn't change. Once you've missed 10%, you've missed 10% or more. And so again, our focus is really about identifying maybe before they get to that 10%, students who are close to that 10%, and then of course, making sure we have engaging and welcoming classrooms and school communities that make sure babies come every day and never even get close to any of those percentages.
Yep. The next couple slides that we're going to look at have to do with suspensions. So what we're seeing is that when we compare the first semester of the current school year with the first semester of last year, the number of students who have been suspended have dropped across those two comparison points. But as you can see here, the disproportionality, it still exists. That said, of note is that we have significantly reduced the number of our Black and African American students that have been suspended across those two semester comparisons by half. So it was about 60% of the number of students suspended in the 21-22 school year, but at the end of the first semester, we've cut that number in half. In talking with Dr. Shelley and others in the team, one of the changes coming into the school year has been the launch of the positive behavior matrix. We had about 6 or 7 school administrators who worked on the development of this positive behavior matrix last year. They were looking at current practices, comparing that to best practices, and the matrix that was introduced this year is really intended to help guide approaches and interventions to working with individual students. And we're noticing that a lot of folks across the district have been using that matrix. And so again, hard to tell whether or not there's that direct correlation, but that's definitely something new that has been introduced in the system. And also provides guidance on alternatives to suspension, which we think are helping in that regard. This next slide has suspensions of students by program groups. And so again, while we see the drop, we still see some of that disproportionality even in the program components. And so we are going to close each of these sections with 2 slides. One is what have we been doing, and the other is what's next. And just want to call out that in the context of the superintendent's listening and learning report, there are a couple of areas that we are focused on relative to shoring up our infrastructure, really looking at our implementation, particularly of our interventions and supports, and that we're focused on identified focal student populations. So in the context of infrastructure, we are looking at how are we improving our data collection and reporting and our progress monitoring to study and adjust. So Superintendent Ford Morthell talked about the launch of EduClimber. Definitely want to credit Ruth Steele Brown and her team for getting that launch off the ground. We launched in January, and for the first time, we actually have real-time access to important information, including daily attendance. So EduClimber is going to download daily, which will allow our schools to be able to pull up individual students or groups of students. And to the superintendent's point, we can actually ask the program to identify students that are close to being chronically absent. So which students have had X number of days missed in a school year, we can actually pull those lists up by school, by individual classroom. So we have real-time access to that data to be able to intervene earlier. In this context of implementation and identified focal student populations, we really have been looking at building an MTSS framework to respond and intervene, use cycles of continuous improvement as we are reviewing that data to determine the actions that we'll take and understand how that work is going. We have a number of student supports in place. We have a student welfare and attendance liaison who helps with homeschool visits. We have family engagement and equity specialists. They build important relationships with families and can help in that communication, particularly with regard to attendance. We sponsor a welcoming schools program where we have site-based liaisons. They are paid a stipend to lead the welcoming schools work, and a K-8 climate culture TSA who works with the liaisons and our site leaders to support PBIS efforts. And, in terms of what's next, just to put this in context, Berkeley, along with 4 other districts in the county, are part of a consortium that's Learning Communities for School Success Program, or LCSP. We are also going by BASIS because that's the acronym for all of the districts involved in that work. We get to be first: Berkeley Unified, Alameda, San Lorenzo, Emeryville, and San Leandro. Okay, got that basis. But this is a group of districts that are coming together. The county office has received a grant fund, and it's really providing us a professional learning opportunity, a learning community to really look at this issue of chronic absenteeism. We are not the only district in the county that is experiencing this, but the idea here is that we can come together and share best practices and then identify some of the supports and interventions and things that we will do to support attendance. And then we are working to revamp and revise BUSD's MTSS framework. And in the context of that, we will be looking at how we're assigning interventions for identified students and setting goals, and then tracking that work along the way. All right, that's what I have for
So now we're going to transition to looking at some of our academic data. This is aligned with LCAP Goal 1, which is to provide high-quality classroom instruction and curriculum that promotes college and career readiness, ends racial predictability, and ensures that all systems are culturally and linguistically responsive to student needs. Again, as our Associate Superintendent said, you see some of the related actions for that goal, as well as some of the sample metrics. You'll notice that our metrics typically in our LCAP and the ones highlighted in these slides are oftentimes summative metrics or the end of the year. We know if we waited until May or April to look and find out how our babies are doing, it would be too late. And so again, we're going to be sharing with you some interim data. We also want to point out that it really focuses on our 3rd through 11th graders, but we're also going to be showing you some data for our younger learners, our kindergartens through 2nd grade learners for some of these content areas. Also, as we talked about organizational clarity, we called out a need for instructional coherence. And what we said is that we were going to start first with literacy. And so you're going to find that there's a lot more information and data being shared and discussed this evening around literacy, but we will also be sharing with you some math as well. And so when we talk about our youngest learners, the assessment that is used is an assessment that was adopted by BUSD not too long ago, actually in 2020, and it is called the DIBELS assessment. And the DIBELS assessment is an assessment that's given one-to-one. So the teacher sits with the student is engaged in some reading, and the teacher is scoring and collecting data on how the student is doing. The DIBELS assessment has actually 6 subtests. They include letter naming fluency, phonemic segmentation, nonsense words, oral reading fluency, and some other subtests. But what we're going to be showing you this evening is what we call the composite score. So it's the overall score, if you will. This is really important because this is one important step for us to really be able to understand and do different and better by our babies, is making sure we have a common assessment that all of our educators use, that all of our educators understand, and that we can then have conversations to inform not just PD, but again, our instructional next steps. Before I pass it over to Rose, who is going to go into not too much detail, we have to stop ourselves, Rose, about our ELA data, I want to make sure we orient ourselves to the graphs that you're going to see. What is progress? When we're looking at a very simplified way to explain it for the point of this presentation is when we're looking at our DIBELS scores, we're going to be looking at students above benchmark, at benchmark, below benchmark, and then well below. the goal is that you increase the students who are above and at. And in fact, that's usually what folks look at when they're looking at, are we doing well? But as an educator, I want to encourage us to also look at progress and growth, which means that we need to also pay close attention to those students who are right now scoring in the well below and below band. And you want to see movements. You want to see decrease in those bands. So as we show you this data, do not get fixated only on the blue and the green. That's important. But you also want to look at that really important indicator is, are we reducing those reds and those yellows? And sometimes you're reducing the red and the yellow or the orange goes up. Yep, that makes sense, right? Because it's still going in that right direction. I just saw Director Chang make a face. That makes sense? Okay. The other thing I want to say is that as we, when we're going to show you progress data, you can't note progress without comparing. So we're going to be comparing window 1, so the first assessment around September, to window 2. Around December. And they're being assessed on the same information. However, I want you to also know that the target changes. So what actually constitutes being at or above grade level, at or above benchmark, changes between one window or next. So the bar moves, if that makes any sense at all. And so again, as you're seeing changes from the well below and below, just know that those babies are not just doing better on that content, but they're actually reaching a higher bar. Final thing I'll say is that oftentimes what we look for as educators is not just, are they moving across these bands, but also movement within bands. So a student can be showing progress and just hasn't shown enough progress to move a band, but the teacher level, we are also looking at, are the students moving at all? So wanted to make sure that we all are kind of having the same orientation as we prepare to look at this data. And with that, I'm going to pass it to Rose.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes? No? Maybe? I'm not sure if this is on. Okay.
That's my.
Actually, it's not. Okay. Good evening. Thank you for having me. I believe this is my first time formally presenting in front of you all, so thank you for having me this evening. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. That one again. It's on. I'm not sure. Maybe I pressed a button there. I can just use that one. Can you hear me now? Okay. So yes, I'm honored to be here with the board. Literacy is a passion of mine. I'm really privileged to be here in Berkeley, working in the city that I grew up in, and I attended Berkeley Public Schools. I also have my own daughter who will be an incoming kindergartner next fall. And so this work, I just need you all to know, is deeply personal to me, and is work that I'm committed to for the long haul. So with that, I'm going to start with our first slide of our DIBELS mid-year data compared to our fall data. It shows progress that was made within each of those 4 performance bands that the superintendent just shared. All of this data is by matched cohort, so only students who took the test in the fall and the winter are included. So overall, we went from 65% of students at or above to 70% of students at or above benchmark. And that, again, is in the composite score, which is a combining of all the scores from the different subtests. And those subtests are weighted differently depending on their predictive capability towards future reading achievement. It's important to note, as the superintendent said, that the composite scores don't tell the full story, but I want you all to know that at the site level and at the district level, we're really digging in to the subtests and how our performance in those different areas, what it means for what we need to do, both in Tier 1 and in the support that we're providing for students who are striving readers. An overall trend in this composite data is very positive, that we're moving in the right direction. It's not as much growth as we necessarily want to see, but it's definitely moving in the right direction. So I'm going to go to the next slide. Did that work? Okay. So this is the same data, but broken down into race and ethnicity. So for our subgroups, namely for our focal student groups, we can see that for our Black students, we went from 46% to 48%. For our Hispanic Latinx students, we went from 52 to 54%. And so again, we did not see large groups of students moving up proficiency levels, but we are seeing some growth, some movement. And Again, these are combined numbers for K first and second. So when I've looked at disaggregated data by grade level, we are seeing some bright spots that are more dramatic than what you might see here. For example, for our Black second graders, we saw that there was an 8% jump in the number of proficient students from beginning to middle of the year. So part of the work that we want to do is to really look closely at who those students are that we're moving and try to look at those strategies and replicate them across our district. So this slide shows us the fall to winter data by program. And so what we see here, namely with our special education students, we see they went from 51% at well below to 44%. So we are moving a good number of those students up in the bands. We also doubled the number of Spanish-speaking English learners that were above benchmark. I think the increase in proficiency in these groups especially speaks to a lot of the work, the attention and care at our elementary site teams to really wrap around our students and families that might need some additional support, both academically or socio-emotionally. And I also think this data shows that we have work to do. So I think we're going to be moving to STAR. So
go ahead and just do STAR just because.
Okay. Got it. So STAR is a different assessment. This is given to our third through eighth graders 3 times a year, but we're also using it as a screener. So it's really giving us some information about what students we need to learn more about and we need to follow up with when it comes to reading. This assessment is it's a computer adaptive assessment. So students are on a computer answering questions, and the test chooses each question from a large pool of test items, making subsequent questions more or less difficult depending on how the student answers. So again, we use STAR as a reading screening tool. In other words, it's a way to see which of our students might be at risk for reading difficulties or whether they're on track. And it can be a forecaster or predictor for CASP measures or state measures, but we're really using it at the site level as a screening assessment. So the bands are slightly different. So I just want to make sure that I share what those bands are for STAR, as they are different from DIBELS. So for STAR, we've got at or above benchmark. So it sort of combines those categories. And then we have on watch, and then intervention and urgent intervention. So those are the 4 bands that we're looking at. So of the 1,703 kids that we screened between fall and winter, we moved from 74% of students in 3rd through 5th grade at or above to 78. So that's a 4% increase. There's, a little bit more growth here, as you'll see in some of the next slides, than we saw with our K2 data, especially in some of our focal populations. And while we know we're on a journey of continuous growth, I think some of this this is a different assessment. And so I also think that for the 3rd through 5th grade data, I forgot to mention earlier, but we are doing a very big focus this year on early literacy, but that's extending into our upper grades. All staff at the elementary level, K5, are engaging in a very, deep book study around the science of reading. And I think that is having positive impacts. We're getting a lot of very positive feedback from our upper grade teachers as well as our lower grade teachers, because as an upper grade teacher, you don't necessarily get that information on reading acquisition as an upper grade teacher. And so it's been very informative. And a lot of them have really taken that up to do targeted small group instruction with their striving readers in the upper grade classrooms. So that's very exciting to see. So this is that same data broken out by demographic. And so we see here we have a 39% to 44% increase. Oh, sorry. Trying to do 2 switches at once. I apologize. So we went from 39% to 44% for our Black African American students. in the at or above. And here in particular, we saw much of that movement was of students moving out of urgent intervention and into the higher bands. And again, we want to know who those students are and really drill down into that data to know like what is happening for those students that's resulting in that positive growth and try to replicate it to support more students across our schools. We saw for our Hispanic and Latinx students a 66 to 67% increase, but 15 to down to 10% reduced in the urgent intervention category. So that's important to note. This is STAR reading again, but by program. And so here we can see broken down by our special programs, we saw modest gains across most of these programs, notably in special education and within our native Spanish-speaking English learner population. So, and then I think I'm passing it off, correct?
I want to apologize to you all. We also had data for our 6th through 8th grade students on reading, and it looks like perhaps we deleted that from the presentation. So our associate superintendent is finding that information for us to share with you. But in the interest of time, 13 minutes left, we wanted to, again, just kind of share with you, I think what the meat of it is what are we doing and what do we think needs to happen next? I want to say that you heard Rose say that we are making progress and moving in the right direction. And we say that with all humility, not at all satisfied with the movement made, but also, again, naming that this is the whole grade span, not even by individual grade levels. And so we are doing the work to figure out what's really happening, both at the grade level and at the individual student level. But some of the things that we wanted to make sure we share with you again and to remind you is that as we talk about organizational clarity and as we talk about the move to instructional coherence, that at this moment we are building structures, learning routines, and institutionalizing practices. And so because we are in the process of building, we definitely expect to see growth, but our best thinking is that once we've built those structures, once we have some shared learning routines and actually have practices that everybody does and understands, we will see even more growth. So it's not showing now. So I wanted to make sure that we share that as well before we go to our 6th through 8th. Still not ready, so I'm gonna keep on moving. I was raised in the church. So what have we been doing? So one of the things that you've heard us say that we're going to keep saying, which is critical, is that now we actually have data that we can look at. Right. So there's EduClimber, which allows our educators to look at it. But I want to name and say that even though DIBELS was adopted in 2020, we did not necessarily have a significant number of classrooms that were actually using the DIBELS assessment, inputting the data, and then looking at it. And so I want to shout out and celebrate our educators because now we've had a significant increase in the classrooms that are actually using DIBELS and STAR. And now that we have EduClimber, we're sitting together to look at that data to figure out what it means and what's next. We also have been doing what Rose has referenced, that you've actually heard us reference before, a lot more common professional development. And so no more do we have each site doing their own PD, but every Wednesday during our early release, our elementary and our middle school sites are all engaged in the same PD, which is that literature study that you just heard Rose speak about. But in addition to that, they're actually calling out and identifying strategies they want to try. They're going into the classroom and trying those strategies, and they're coming back and having conversations around how those strategies have worked or not worked and what they want to tweak. We also are making sure that our coaches, all of our schools have literacy coaches, are actually, again, on the same page. And that is a lot of the work that Rose does. So even though these PDs are happening at individual sites, they're still getting the same information. And again, that's our move towards that instructional coherence. We have been doing the deeper dive for our primary grades, again, in the phonics area. And then we're really making sure that we're leveraging our libraries, our classroom libraries, and our actual real libraries. I shouldn't have said that. Our classroom libraries and our school libraries to make sure that our students have access to rich and diverse literature that our teachers can then use for literacy instruction. We also are really working to build our shared understanding of what Tier 1 is, that first teach, Tier 2 and Tier 3, and have some groups who are convening to come up with a definition that we'll all respond to. That is actually in service of our next big focus area, which is our multiple multi-tiered system of support, or MTSS. And that really is critical as you talk about academic progress. It's nice if everyone does the same thing at the same time for tier one, but what happens for those babies who didn't access it, right? What is our plan? And currently there's a lot of great and amazing things that are happening in BUSD. You might have actually heard some of that in our public comments, but there's not alignment, and there's not a way that we could all monitor and make sure all our babies have access to quality intervention as well. So that's a big part of the work that we started, and that's a big part of the work that has to continue. We've also had our sites identify focal students. And so if you one day we'll preview EduClimber, but it's really cool. I showed you the big pictures of the babies. For EduClimber, I actually can see each student's face. So again, there's not just a number, but our teachers are sitting and looking at, and I've identified focal students that they say we want to track this baby's progress towards actually increase in their proficiency. And that has been a strategy that many districts and schools have used, that I myself have used, that has been pretty successful. You identify students that you want to monitor. That gives you an idea if these babies move, then likely the rest of the class will move as well. In terms of what's next, more building. We're still building out that MTSS system. We're going to start having data talks with our school sites, looking at their data specifically. And we're really working to do better at sharing our data with our families, to the point, again, that the public commenters made. Really making sure there's a cadence that caregivers can expect to receive data and understand data. And that, again, they're getting these DIBELS and STAR family reports. We're doing a whole bunch more, but I see the timer says 8 minutes, so I'm abbreviating this presentation. But we do want to make sure that we give just a nod to the fact that we have letters that are going out to our caregivers and families that does a high-level overview of the DIBELS and STAR results, as well as shows them their student data. Those letters should be coming out very shortly, and so our families should be looking for that information coming home. What's nice about this letter is that it's not just the data, it's also what are some activities that families can do at home to help move their babies and to help with that progress in literacy. Who said an hour for this? So our next data set is math, and I wanted to ask the president, do you want to stop and engage in some questions around the literacy data first? That was a lot, and we didn't even show you 6 through 8, or do you want us to proceed?
First, I want you to not be distracted by the 60 minutes.
really
It's
distracting.
totally fine that we go over that time. We have until 11. Our hope is to not go till 11, but that was a parameter or a guideline. We don't have to live by it, because this is an important conversation and it's important for us, board colleagues, as we begin thinking about priorities we need to set for budgeting, as we think about policies, as we think about how we interact with our subcommittees. So we do want to take this time to digest this information. So please don't rush. Would you all like to do questions now, or? Okay, yes, we'll do questions now. I will start with Director Shanowski.
Thanks so much. I just have a question about the interventions. There have been a lot of questions about changes in curriculum, and I didn't see any mention of that. So I wonder if that's something you're thinking about, or where that's at, or your thoughts on that whole conversation.
So yeah, I think as the superintendent mentioned, part of the MTSS work is looking at all the tiers, including the tier 2 and tier 3 interventions, and looking at what is working. So now we really have a robust data platform that we're going to use to really connect the dots around what is working for students, and the ones that aren't working for students, how can we replace them with more evidence-based interventions?
Anyone else? Yes, Dr. Brown.
At first, thank you for this first part of the presentation. We've received LCAP presentations often, and we've seen this data and the trends that are associated with this data pretty often. But I want to appreciate the additional focus on what we have been doing and what are our next steps, because that kind of drives the direction for not just us as board members, but for our entire district. So thank you for that. I want to specifically talk about an idea that has 3 focuses or 3 parts. So we know that, tier 1 first level instruction is the best instruction. So I appreciate you sharing what we've been doing around that and what our next step plans are. I also appreciate the intention and focus on the second one, which is intervention. But we also know another culminating part of ensuring that we take a holistic approach to educating our students is also thinking about what happens to them at home, or what happen. They have the access that they get to education at home as well. And so I'm happy to hear that our libraries will continue to be fully stocked. But what other literacy efforts are we taking to ensure that the learning continues to happen, not just in the classroom, but outside of the classroom as well?
Thank you for that. So a couple responses to that. Again, the letter that we're sending out does have activities that families can do with their students. And I'm going to say it wrong, but we actually had just advertised that we actually have a program at our schools where our families can check out Chromebooks. And those Chromebooks actually have a very rich set of resources, library resources, actually reading materials for our students to engage in. And our educators are ready to share with some families, like what are some activities they can engage in with that particular resource. So that was a good opportunity for me to plug that because we have many and it's not something that our families have taken advantage of. So that's another strategy. That's what we have now. In terms of next steps, as we kind of stabilize and get our capacity under control, if you will, we definitely want to start to do leverage our OFI staff more to create videos for our families that are accessible, that they can go in and it's one thing to read about an activity in a letter. It's another thing to actually see that activity being done, being modeled either by an educator or by another parent, which is always probably even better. We're working with our OFI staff to also think about what does workshops look like for our families to both understand the data, because that's a big part of it too, but also just what are some good things that families can do to just make sure that their home actually supports literacy and literacy growth. We're hoping to also make sure that we have just more conversations where our educators, our teachers can be with families to talk about their specific individual student and what that student needs. So we definitely call that out as the next step, is to improve that communication with families. What you see on the slide is just a little snippet of that, and we know we need to do a lot more because it really is a partnership. Did you want to say some more about that?
Dr. Chang?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for giving this very holistic presentation. Add a question about the kind of professional development that is used for PBIS, MTSS, et cetera, given that defiance and disruption is not a basis that's available for a suspension or out of classroom loss of instruction for good reason through 8th grade. What kind of professional development is provided so that when teachers have a circumstance where they believe that they have a student is being quote unquote disruptive, that they're able to put in place the various practices that they have in their toolbox with de-escalation, et cetera?
I'm not going to attempt to answer this question because we've got Dr. Shelley in the house and he will be able to provide a more accurate response. So I'm going to invite Dr. Shelley up. Is that microphone? Yes.
Am I on? Okay. I think I heard the.
Can you guys hear him in the back? Okay.
Yeah, I think I heard the complete question. One of the things that we're fortunate to have, we have a climate and culture TSA. And I'll mention her name, Michelle Reese. She's amazing. And Michelle was formerly a teacher at Longfellow, so she's now the TSA for climate and culture. And Michelle, in addition to the work that she does supporting individual students, she works with staff, teachers, administration at the sites, and she leads our efforts in welcoming schools, also in Toolbox, and provides direct support to teachers as needed. So she's had some one-on-one work with some new teachers and providing that level of support. One of the things that we also did that I believe impacts some of that work also is we provided professional development earlier this year for all of our K-8 administrators on student due process, intervention, student discipline. So that was held earlier this year in conjunction with the positive behavior matrix. And upcoming, I believe next week, we have another professional development. This one's going to be held at Berkeley High School for the Berkeley High School administration.
Great, thank you so much. Is that due process training that you described, is that done annually or is it planned to be done annually?
Yes, our last due process PD was done by our legal counsel.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Shelley. I had one follow-up question for the superintendent. EduClimber sounds like a really good initiative to pull all of this, these pieces of important information onto a digital framework. To what degree is some of that data available publicly? You know, and which portions of the data are available publicly, and which portions perhaps are available differently for parents individually for their student?
So the public-facing data is a lot of the data we're sharing with you now. It's going to be kind of overall grade level. It's going to be school site, et cetera. There's more detail. So publicly, meaning we could post this on our website, but it's also public because when our families engage in our school site councils and some of our other structures at schools, our leaders, our site leaders actually engage them in much more detail about the data. So that is public. In terms of what the families get, they get data about their baby, about their actual student. And that is not something we share widely or broadly. That's only shared with the families. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you very much.
I wanted to just say one more thing, Dr. Shelley, thank you for your response. And also wanted to name a structure that we have that responds to what you were asking in your first question, which is our cost team process, a coordination of services team. And that's when a whole bunch of individuals get together to focus on one baby and figure out what's going on with that baby. Why is the baby out of class, or why is the baby not, showing the progress academically, or whatever it might be, and then coming together as a team to figure out how to best support that student. And so that's another structure that we have that is available for teachers who are trying to figure out how to better and best support their students.
That's great. The cost standing for?
Coordination of Services Team.
Okay. And is that across the district at all school grade
Yes.
levels? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I also had questions around the positive behavior matrix. I don't believe that we've seen the final copy. I remember last year it was being developed, and so it sounds like it's been finalized. So it would be great if the board could see that matrix at some point.
Yes, I can get that to you right away. And it's also currently on the Student Services webpage as well, the link to that, but I can send you a copy.
Oh, we can find it on the net. Student Services, perfect. And then going back to the suspension data and the attendance data, I had a couple clarifying questions. I just want to know if the cohort or the absentee information, does that exclude students who may have been out for COVID observations? How were they excused? How were their absences excused or not excused if they were not physically sick? And, is that increasing or decreasing our 90 to 94% attendance rates?
With regard, that's a great question. With regard to chronic absenteeism, it looks at any absence for any reason that a student is not in school. So some of the guidance around COVID during the 21-22 school year that kept students out if they were exposed to COVID or tested, that would have an impact on the chronic absenteeism rate of that student. And so obviously we're in a different place than we were last year, but that definitely would have impacted the chronic absenteeism rate for students during the 21-22 school year.
Great, thank you. And then two more, but I could also wait for later. I wanted to ask about, we have a recess restriction policy, and I'm not sure if any of you are aware of that. That policy, we're supposed to be monitoring how many students are being prohibited from recess for behavioral reasons. And we've yet to see that data, which is supposed to come to us quarterly, if my recollection serves me correctly, or at least twice a year. And I think that's important because as we talk about welcoming school environments, as we talk about why kids are chronically absent, as we talk about making sure that school is a place that they enjoy to be in, and we talk about the science of the brain and all of the physical needs that students have that recess provides, we really wanted to make sure that we were implementing recess restriction in a positive way for our students. And as limited as possible. I'm referring to the many times that we go through the hallways and we see Black and brown students sitting in the hallways. We see them at recess sitting on the bench instead of being able to actively participate. And so I think that is something we need to bring back to the forefront of what we're monitoring and making sure that we're capturing that information. And last but not least, thank you for mentioning our STAR testing slide and how we want to make sure that not only do we capture the data, but we know exactly which students we're serving with which programs. That reminded me of the funding that the prior board set aside through the African American Success Framework for our data dashboard. And so I'd just like to know how that work is also implementing this work and integrated into this work and improving the outcomes for our students.
So we're actually meeting with Artie Fisher tomorrow to do their second training with the dashboard. They'll have access to EduClimate, so they'll be able to use all the same data that we have access to find focal students and then to see how students are doing based on the programs that they're being enrolled in those services. So they'll have access to EduClimate as well. We have a data sharing agreement with them.
Thank you. But how has the work of building the data dashboard helped us to get to this point where we are tracking students and finding out where they are and what they're doing?
Well, we're able to do something now that we've never been able to do. So every single student that's in any program, any intervention, or in any special group, we can actually map them to their progress on Dibbles and Stars. So you can see each child's profile and you can look at all the students in those programs and you can see whether they're making more or less progress based on the programs that they're in. So we do now have a way to join all those dots together and show that programs are either having a positive impact or not, which will help make decisions moving forward about where the greatest impact is happening.
Great, thank you so much. I know that our parent advisory committee of multiple committees will definitely be happy to be able to really realize the impact of the supplemental dollars that we're spending on our programs. So thank you for highlighting that. And anyone else have a question at this time?
I'm sorry, a quick follow-up, unless someone wants to ask. Director Brown.
We'll just take most of them now and hopefully that will suffice.
Can I ask a very quick one as a follow-up? Because as you,
I'm sorry, do you mind if I respond to?
Oh, of course, yeah.
First of all, we're like recess restriction. Jill and I are like, okay, write that down. But one of the things that we called out in terms of a next step for our suspension attendance section. We were excited that we have Dibbles and Star and folks are using, and we're honest about the fact that at the site level, when it comes to referrals, so who's getting kept out of recess, who's getting sent out of class, we do not yet have a consistent way for our sites to collect that information and report that information. And so we're definitely going to learn more about this recess restriction. And I'm going to say to you that our ability to answer that question of if it's working is going to be dependent on us making sure we have a common way to understand if we're even doing it or not and what we're doing at the site. So that is a next step when it comes to attendance and behavior referrals.
Thank you for that response. And of course, just following up on that, loss of classroom instruction as a classification in general, and it's a good important focal point versus like suspension versus sitting out in the hallway or losing recess time, which is in general not a good pedagogical practice, I believe. Either of those, I know everybody here agrees with that. It's a matter of data capture. The other question I had just as a follow-up is that EduClimate sounds so important. Some of this was probably engaged with and negotiated before I came on to the board recently. How many years is the contract, and is that data something that you're migrating on there? If you were to, for example, shift out of that contract, data that can be migrated onto another platform?
I can answer that. So it lives within Illuminate, which is the previous data system. So we have a 3-year contract with them right now. And all the data that goes into EduClimate lives somewhere else. So if for some strange reason it disappeared, we'd still have all the data. We just wouldn't have a place to capture all of it. But the data comes from a variety of other places and it all flows into that one interface. But we've got it for at least 2 more years after this one.
Great, thank you.
Director Brown? Yes, I had another question. It was going to be for the math data, but we should get the questions out of the way now so that we can enjoy and receive the presentation later. But I wanted to go back to our STAR and DIBELS data and our math data that we'll see a little bit later. And, there are some subgroups of students who are making a lot of progress. And I appreciated hearing the professional development opportunities for our faculty and staff that focus on referrals and also are just the overall professional development. But I'm wondering, are we taking it a step further to do deep data dives with our staff and are we utilizing professional learning communities to share best practices? I saw alignment, on the slide, and I appreciated that. But I would like for us to get a little bit more specific about the good things that are happening with our data, the ways in which we're able to move the needle for some subgroups of students, and to see how those can be reflected or even duplicated for other subgroups of students, and how is this information accessible to our teachers because they are the ones who are doing this work.
Speak to just some of the professional development that's happening now, but also that we're planning as we're at this point in the year where we do start to think about next year. And we have done a lot of new learning as teachers this year around the book study. I'm speaking specifically about literacy right now, but and that teachers are processing that and they're applying a lot of that. But next year, we really are going to go much deeper into implementation. And that looks like coaching, and it also looks like PLCs, I think, which is a structure that you mentioned. So really strengthening that across our schools and aligning and creating coherence around how we look at data. And as the superintendent called out in her priorities, creating that data-driven culture, that's going to be a big kind of continuing focus for us, especially now that we have these tools at our disposal. And I can say just today in this room, we did a teacher level data dive with principals and lit coaches where they took a K2 class. They opened up the data in DIBELS for that class and really looked closely at how students performed in that classroom on each subtest to then create targeted small groups. And we looked at even like what those small groups might look like. What are some of the strategies that you would use to meet the needs that those students demonstrated? So that is definitely sort of where we're heading, and we're starting that work now, but it's going to go deeper next year, and there will be more coherence across sites next year around looking at data.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's continue.
I was just going to add one thing. So I think in this context of, building out our own BUSD multi-tiered systems of support, one piece of that is understanding what is it that we mean by tier 1, more clearly defining what that looks like alongside of what that means for tier 2 and tier 3. So we've done some work at the beginning of this year just to sort of assess the landscape. And what we're finding is across our schools, there's a lot of intervention work that is happening, but it's been a little bit of a choose your own adventure situation.
Mm-hmm.
And so how do we more clearly refine what those choices and options are, and what is the process by which we're moving students across those tiers in a more systematic and organized way, so that when we're looking at EduClimber and we're identifying students that are receiving those interventions, we can better understand what's working and what's not working. So again, lots of well-intended things that are happening at school, but without that organizational clarity and the coherence across schools, it's really difficult to understand exactly what's happening in the system, because there's been a lot of own choice, autonomy. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you.
Trying to get us out by 11. But what I would also say, I just want to build off of what Rose just shared when she talked about our site leaders and our lit coaches and our RTI folks coming together to look at data. We're doing it here at the district or instructional leadership level, so that our educational teams go back to the sites and then have that replicated at the site level, right? And so to your question of our teachers doing this work, they are doing this work, and it's because we're modeling it here at this level, and we want to make sure that our site leaders and our coaches and our RTI actually knows
what type of good structures and systems they create to actually make that happen at the sites. The other thing I would say is that all of the sites are actually, I talked about the focal students, our teachers, if they're looking at no one else, though they're looking at everyone, are also making sure to look at those focal students that they've identified and track their data and have conversations. We're also at this level sharing best practice across school sites as well. And the final thing that I wanted to say is that the sites are actually setting goals. So there's not just looking at the data and saying this is where this baby is, but it's looking at that data and saying this is where the baby is, this is where the baby to move to, and this is what we're going to do to get them there. And I just saw the teacher kind of nod because that's what we do as educators. So I wanted to just share that extra piece as well. I'm going to stop talking. Don't ask no more questions, you guys. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. I appreciated what you said, and I think maybe this isn't a question, but just a comment or food for thought. Additionally, our accelerators, right, our students who were able to move up another benchmark, there's things that we can learn from them as well, not just from our students who received intervention, but from our accelerators, because we know we want all of our students to continue to move up. So maybe food for thought as we move to those professional learning communities, that's also a place we can look at as well. Thank you.
We're going to go reading or math? Okay, so we are going to transition to our math STAR data. Again, we were able to find our 6 through 8 data. I want to apologize, but if it's okay with you all, in the interest of time, we'll just go ahead and go to math. You really heard the work we're doing around literacy, and the trends are similar, that we are seeing movement in our 6 through 8, and we're trying to understand that movement and move more. And so when we talk about our math data, we are now only going to be looking at our students in 3rd grade through 8th grade. We do not yet have a common assessment for our younger babies, for our K-2 students with regards to math. So we're jumping right into 3rd through 5th grade. Again, I want to orient you to our graphic at above benchmark, on watch, intervention, and urgent intervention. The patterns for our math is similar in that we are making progress and moving the data in the right direction. We have about 79% of our students at or above benchmark per the winter assessment. And we're showing some small gains, but gains nonetheless for our students in urgent intervention and on watch. And remember what I said earlier, that there's oftentimes evidence, and we have evidence of our babies who are moving and improving, but not necessarily enough to move across a different band. Here you see, again, the math data that is broken down by our race and ethnicity. We are definitely focused on our Hispanic Latino students, as we didn't move as many of those babies out of that urgent intervention, although you see a significant, I hate to use that word, you see that there has been a pretty big increase in our students who are at or above benchmark who identify as Hispanic Latino. So again, we want to do both. We want to get to proficiency and narrow those babies who are urgent intervention and intervention. Similarly, when you look at our African American students, you see some progress out of the urgent intervention and intervention, not as much of growth or impact in that upper tier. So those are the conversations that our educators are having to try to figure out and understand what's going on. And I call those students out again because we've identified those students as a district as our focal populations. As I move on and show math data for our programs, again, you can see that there has been progress. Our students who have IEPs, actually, we're moving a nice number of those babies out of the urgent intervention, and that's important to note and to see. A theory around that is not just the work that we've kind of talked about or that we will be talking about in terms of what we're doing, but that also is oftentimes a reflection of better and stronger IEPs. Much more make sense IEP goals, and then actually following through on those interventions and supports that we're providing those students. So wanted to make sure that you see that as well. I'm going to switch now. You do get some 6th through 8th grade data. This is our 6th through 8th grade math data. And again, the trends are the same. We have about 71% of our students in 6th through 8th scoring at or above benchmark. And then we're making some progress in moving those babies out of urgent intervention and on watch.
And when that's broken down by race and ethnicity, again, you see some movement. And you see this movement despite the fact, or not despite, but again, our heavy focus this year is on literacy, and which means that a lot of our PD, a lot of our allocation of resources, a lot of our time is spent on literacy. And it's not because math isn't important, but because you can't do everything, right? And so I want to just give a kudos to the fact that even though we're having a heavy focus on literacy, there's a lot of work that's still happening in math, and our babies are benefiting from that work. I just completely, those are those, okay. So we're jumping right to what's next for our math component and not spending as much time on what we're doing because, again, our focus has really been on literacy. So we're doing the most work right now in literacy. But what we're planning to do, and some of this has actually already started as we think about math and math instruction, is similar to how we're trying to create some level of coherence and consistency with our English language arts or our literacy instruction. We know that needs to happen with math as well. I think you heard one of our public commenters talk about ELD and instructional minutes and materials. When we talk about instructional coherence, and I'm sorry I didn't say that earlier, that includes all of that. So it's the what, it's the curriculum that folks are using. Is there any level of alignment around that? But it's also the amount of time that's offered to engage in that content area or curriculum. And it's also actually pedagogical moves. So what are teachers doing to interact and to engage the students in that content? So that work is starting to happen in literacy. It definitely needs to happen in math. We also recognize that there needs to be more and better articulation from our kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. There's a lot more articulation with literacy in terms of, what to expect next and some level of coordination. With math, unfortunately, that is not there. So our elementaries do what they do, and then our middles do their thing, and then our high school does their thing. And there hasn't been as much, I'm not saying there hasn't been any, but there hasn't been as much conversation to make sure we're on the same page and thinking and saying the same thing when we talk about math and how to teach math even. And so some of that work has started, but that's definitely more work that needs to happen. We have been exploring some math assessments. And so, again, I talked about not having a common assessment for our K-2 for math. We want to make sure we have some shared common assessments that, again, just like DIBELS, our educators can use and then take to inform instructions. We have some vacancies in math. So Rose got to be in the spotlight today for all the great work that's happening in literacy. And she's the face of a lot of that work. And we need a face for that work in math. So we have two central TSA positions, one from elementary and one from secondary. And kind of the impact or the implication of that is that, again, when you talk about coherence, you need the folks at the site, but you need someone or someones to coordinate those folks. And again, get them together to have them speak a common language. We don't have that for math. So at this point, our math instruction is really what's happening at the sites. And so those positions are really important. And then as we think about math and specifically think about our high schoolers, what we know is that we've had this shift that many folks are very excited about to U9, Universal 9, which gives all of our incoming ninth graders a common experience. Math is not necessarily a part of that U9 formula. So we are exploring with our high school colleagues, what does it look like to bring our ninth graders in and really kind of level set, if you will, and give them exposure and access to a common or similar math curriculum before they start to take all those other math classes. So those are our next steps with regard to math. And again, just in general, a focus on math is soon to come. We're going to transition now to our high school. And I smile because there's a lot of next steps that we need to do around creating a data-informed culture for high school. There's a lot of amazing things happening in high school, and a lot of those things are happening in individual classrooms or across individual programs. There's not a common assessment yet that we have for high school, and so it's much harder for us to progress monitor, and it's even harder for us to come up with theories and ideas around what's working and what's not working. So we're going to focus for our high school component not on common assessments, but on grades. The other reason for focusing on grades is because in our LCAP, that is the focus for high school, that it actually calls out for us to look at and monitor our Ds and Fs, as well as our A through G completion rate. And so that's what we're going to focus on for this part of the presentation.
Okay, that's me. What am I pointing the pointer at to change slides? Just click it. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. So I'm excited about presenting high school data. In my past life, I was a high school principal, so this is an area near and dear to my heart. And I will try and keep this brief. I have lots of stuff written down, but I am not going to read all of it. So there's a lot of goals in the LCAP that relate to high school, aside from Ds and Fs and completion rate. The LCAP also highlights graduation rate, access to AP classes, and enrollment in CTE pathways. So there are several places where high school data really shows up. And the purpose of those metrics is to really show whether kids are able to have access to those programs and successfully complete them as they graduate. So graduation rate is really your pinnacle after 12 or 13 years in school. Can we actually get kids out of the system ready for college or career? And that's why those metrics are so important. The reason that grades are focused on is grades. Oops, I'm clicking my computer like it's going to make a difference. Grades determine everything in high school. So if you look at this slide, I put some information on here about Ds and Fs. They're not equal. Ds and Fs do not have the same impact on kids. A D grade is a passing grade, you get credit. An F grade gives you no credit. So if you're trying to get into a college, you need a GPA of at least a 3.0 for a UC school, a 2.0 for a UC, or a 3.0 for a CSU. You cannot have less than a C in any class. So any child who receives a D or an F at high school is immediately in the position where they have to remediate that class. And as soon as you remediate a class, you miss something else. So you might be missing an elective or a CTE class. You might be ineligible for your football team, your drama club, your choir presentation. So Ds and Fs drive not just academic eligibility, but access to every single aspect of high school. And that's one of the reasons that they're measured as an LCAP metric, because they're more important than just credit and eligibility. They impact a child's high school experience. There's information on this slide about graduation requirements, how GPAs are calculated. This next slide shows you, this is from the high school course catalog. This shows you the difference in the Berkeley High School graduation requirements against UC CSU requirements. And the reason that this is important is kids need a lot of help and support moving through high school. It's a very complicated, at times difficult process, and children have to understand exactly the differences in those classes and what they mean in terms of the future. So you can pass every class at Berkeley High School, but not be eligible for college. So it's really important to understand that there are differences in those two sets of requirements. And that's where high school counselors come in and this on-track, off-track idea comes in. And then we've got students who move to BTech, Berkeley Tech Academy for Credit Recovery. They actually have a second option for graduation. There's a 130 credit option for students on that campus, which was introduced during COVID because there were so many challenges for students in credit recovery programs trying to access technology and curriculum and lacking support at home or Wi-Fi access. So we do have two pathways to graduate for students at BTech, but at Berkeley High, it's a 220 credit requirement. But as you can see from those charts, the two sets of requirements don't necessarily match. So there are some challenges for kids trying to navigate that process. And I'd say a lot more about that, but we don't have time. This chart shows you 4 years of history for each content area in meeting those UC benchmarks. So the UC requirements are listed under A, B, C, D, and E, and then other. So the first 4 bars show you over the last 4 years the percentage of students that have met the social studies requirements for UC. The next 4 show English, the next 4 show math, and so on. So each set of 4 bars shows you the historical access rates to UC based on those content areas. And the one thing that I'll highlight on this slide is obviously there are different rates of access. You can see for different content areas, higher or lower percentages of students reaching those benchmarks. English is actually the biggest gatekeeper in terms of students meeting those requirements, which is interesting because often it's math. Math is the second one. If you look at the size of those yellow bars, the bigger the yellow bar, the fewer students are meeting those requirements. So English and math are the two biggest gatekeepers at the high school, but it really does highlight the importance of literacy K-12 because that's where students are struggling to meet those requirements even in high school. Because not every high schooler can read at high school level, which is going to be something I'll talk about in a minute. So this slide and the next one show rate of D and F assignment. And it's important to remember that at high school, there isn't a common assessment. So these grades are given by teachers who have different grading practices, different assessment practices, different curriculums, and different teaching styles. So what's interesting is they do mirror very similar patterns to the STAR and DIBELS data in terms of proficiency for different groups, but they are given in a different way. This is not data from a standard assessment. And what you'll notice is that for Black or African American students and Hispanic or Latinx students, they receive the highest rates of Ds and Fs. The next slide shows F grades, and that's reflected in the percentage of students that we have at Berkeley Tech Academy who are failing classes and having to remediate credits. So there's an impact from these grades. For some students, it means they have to shift to a different campus, embark on a different program in order to capture those credits just to graduate from high school. This actually shows last year's data, and you can see that the same patterns are there. And I put some information on there about the enrollment at BTech as well as at Berkeley High School, because there's a significant difference by race. And you can see that there's a disproportionate allocation of those D and F grades by racial or ethnic group. So the last part of this, which is just 4 slides, and then we're done. There's some information in here about math and English grades. This is just for freshmen. There's more data in the appendix for sophomores, juniors, and seniors if you want to have a look in there too. So this is just for freshmen for English classes and then for math. The first slide is organized by race, and you can see on here that there's 5 different colors which represents A, B, C, D, and F. And you can see in the chart on the right the way those grades have been assigned by race, and those patterns reflect the overall Ds and Fs. They also mirror the patterns of proficiency on STAR and DIBELS by racial or ethnic group as well. And again, that has profound impact for students. And these are freshmen. So freshmen who fail a class are already behind, and likely the same students end up failing other classes. You tend to see that pattern. And probably these students really struggled in 8th grade and 7th grade, because this is not a phenomena that begins at high school. It's a result of the 9 years preceding high school. And that's really important to remember, because that articulation from 8th to 9th grade is critically important in making sure that students have that support from the day they enter high school. And it's not just academic support, it's social, emotional support, counseling support, or whatever else they need to be successful. The next slide shows you the distribution of grades by program, and there are similar patterns on there that you saw in previous slides. The thing I think that's particularly noticeable, if you toggle back and forth, that green and blue bar gets really small when you look at this data by program. It's much, much bigger by race and ethnicity. And it's important to remember that we have exactly 50% of our students in one or more of these programs. You could be a child receiving special education services and be an English language learner. You could be a McKinney-Vento student and be a Hispanic or Latinx English language learner. So this data looks a bit different because children could be represented more than once on this chart. But what you do see is a huge shrinkage in those green and blue bars and a real expansion of those orange, yellow, and red bars, which shows you where our most vulnerable students are. And the same data is reflected in the math spread. This is Math 1 data for the high school. About 95% of the students get A's through C's in English. About 83% get A's through C's in math. So there is a big difference in terms of that A through C rate, which is your GPA for UC eligibility. It's your 2.0 GPA for everything else. So there is a significant difference in the way that students are showing success in those classes. So from 95% in English to 83% in math. And you'll see those same patterns when you look at this by program. The last thing I wanted to highlight is that you'll see more kids represented on this math chart because a lot of students repeat math classes at the high school. Most kids are in English 1 once, but when you look at the Math 1 grades, you can see there are 922 students in that group versus 769 in English. That's because there's a Math 1X class where upper grade students repeat math, so there's a lot more students reflected on this one. So in closing, I just want to highlight the fact that there is an assessment we're working on at the high school. So NWEA is a math and literacy assessment. I've already met with the high school team and we're working on getting a pilot set up like today. I met with the rep today. That will allow us to assess reading levels of high school students, which will reveal exactly where students are at in terms of their reading comprehension, because you can't read a high school textbook if you cannot read at high school level. It is impossible. And that manifests itself in a whole bunch of other issues, including behavior and attendance and feeling like you belong to the community. The other piece is that we'll be using EduClimber to really support the high school teams in accessing that data and looking at kids from a variety of different angles, looking at attendance, looking at suspensions, looking at academic performance. So we're excited about supporting all of that work. And that's me.
Couple of next steps specific to some of the things that were called out in the high school slides, besides the piloting of the NWEA, which again is a common assessment that we can use across high school, are conversations about engaging educators in grading for equity. That is a way in which the subjectivity of grading is always there because it's individual. However, there's some common frame that educators use to kind of inform how they grade, right? And so if I'm taking away 20 points because you missed homework, right, that's going to have a different impact on you than if I'm, letting you make up homework, et cetera. And so very simplified example, but grading for equity is a strategy to allow teachers kind of that necessary autonomy in grading, but also to make sure there's some commonalities in the things that they consider when informing their grades. The other thing is that BHS just this month launched their cost student referral process. And so I talked to you about that coordination of services team that wasn't as built out and strong at the high school level, but that is a way to identify students who might be struggling. That's an opportunity for counselors to sit with teachers, to sit with students, and even families to figure out, again, what's a plan for students who might need additional support. And in absence of that type of model, again, students can easily get lost and not get the interventions and supports that they need. The other thing that we're really wanting to scale is that Berkeley has and I'm going to ask President Babbitt to help me. It's an ASI. What does ASI stand for? It's an on track, off track. It's a way. Thank you. See?
Academic success indicators.
One says success, one says support. That's why I didn't know. But it's a way for us to look at our incoming ninth graders to figure out where they are and what they might need academically so that when they get to the high school, supports can be readily available to them. We want to actually use that more and use it with more fidelity. We want to also build it out so that we make sure that even in the 8th grade, right, we're starting to look at some things beyond just the academic data around what our students might need to be successful in high school. And that's going to require, again, that vertical alignment or cross articulation with our middle school educators and our high school educators. And also we need that similar system. That system is for students who are BUSD students coming into BHS, but we don't yet have a way to apply that for our babies who are new to BUSD coming into 9th grade high school. So really looking again, how to shore up and have systems and structures to understand where our babies are and what they need and have more alignment and consistency in terms of grading. And then again, the interim assessments. Overall, we've given you some next steps specific to content areas and in some cases, as in high school, grade spans, but we also want to call out some of the other next steps and needs that we've identified. You've heard some of this echoed in some of the presentations from our literacy action plan, our monitor, George Ellis. And we really want to say that we know that you actually heard it in public comments as well. We know that we need to, again, look at our org charts and look at our staffing to make sure that we actually have the capacity and the people to do these things that we're trying to do with and for our students. We also are starting, I think this was in public comments as well, this instructional audit. And we didn't just call it a curricular audit, we call it an instructional audit because it's going to be, the curriculum is definitely a part of that audit, but it's also looking at, again, what are those instructional moves and what are the practices that are happening in the classroom. I think you heard a public commenter speak to San Francisco Unified's effort in that. And it was a pretty lengthy process to identify an outside organization. It's usually best if it's not you who is doing this audit to come in and they had to visit classrooms, they had to look at materials, and they had to look at not just materials that we have and say that we are using, but what's the stuff that we're actually using. And we're doing this, creating this audit process in partnership with our monitor from our literacy action plan, George Ellis and Dr. Gibson. So that is a collaborative effort, but that is definitely on the horizon. I would say the other thing that we're really working to do and need to do system-wide, again, is to really improve that communication and that partnership with our families. And that is not just our elementary and our middle school families. I think that's the section in which I said that, but want to say that also is a need for us to partner differently and better with our high school families as well. And so we're done. We could have did a whole bunch more. But I do hope that you see some of the formation of us trying to really shift to being a data-informed community, an increase in transparency, but probably most important, how we're going to use this data to make a difference for the students that we serve. And so we look forward to future reports and updates for you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all of you for being here so late and for all of the hard work that you put into providing this important information. And even more so, thank you for the ways in which you're ensuring that our schools and our school sites are using this information to actually move the needle for our students and families. I was wrong. It's Academic Support Index. A measure of various factors that may affect students' academic performance. So if you think about it, it's a way that we can determine their academic success, which is why we kind of interchange it. So I'm still kind of right. No. But I looked it up in our acronyms dictionary. So to all of you, you should probably put it in Friday notes as well for our new board members for our acronyms dictionary that BUSD has. Couple questions that I have. We do have 15 minutes. We may have to extend the meeting. Can I just get a hand of how many others have questions on this section? 1, 2?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief.
Okay. Just so that we're not rushed, because again, I think this is important. We may have some public commenters. Any extended public comments out there? 1? Okay, so do you think if we go to 11:15 at the latest, we should be okay? Mm-hmm. I can only extend it once, so I have 2 questions.
Kind of one question.
Okay, I'm gonna just go to 11:30. We're gonna shoot for 11:15. Next time you're gonna leave at 9:30. I'm just kidding. Can I have a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30?
So moved.
Seconded.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Okay, it appears the ayes have it for the record, and it's unanimous. So my question is back to Berkeley High School and thinking about how the implementation of our 504 plans or lack thereof, if that's happening, impacts these data charts that we're seeing, specifically around math, specifically when we're thinking about grading for equity. I know that there are some teachers who have a preference of retesting. There are other teachers who won't retest. And so how are we trying to streamline those kinds of grading for equity outcomes that we see impacting our data and also address them? That's one question. And then I'll just move on to another board member after that.
It's really starting those conversations, President Babbitt, that are already starting at the high school, which is bringing our educators. I mean, there's a lot of educators at Berkeley High School, but we're starting with content specific, bringing them in to have conversations about not just what their curriculum is and not just what their expectations are, but then how are they assessing, having conversations around like, what do you do in your class? Do you give a pass if a student misses a homework assignment or misses a quiz? This is what I do. So that is the first step actually in grading for equity, and then engaging, of course, there's actually literature that goes with grading for equity. Associate Superintendent Hogendijk and I have already started meeting, for example, with the math educators at Berkeley High School to have those conversations. And I know that Principal Regosa is ready to expand and spread PD. Currently this year, the PD has been really focused on anti-racist teaching practices. I'm going to miss the other 2, anti-racist teaching practices, as well as gender affirming, and then also just trauma informed framework, so that when our students come into the classroom, our educators have the tools and the disposition to receive them, all of them, and then be able to keep them in the classroom to engage in learning. But the shift and the focus going forward, specifically for next year, has been a lot of conversation around looking for that alignment in grading and how grades are assigned. And then again, also the piloting of those interim assessments. I would say the cost team process that I said was initiated at Berkeley High School this January is an opportunity for them to have conversations about individual students and to make sure they have systems and processes so that when you do have a student that might have a 504 plan or an IEP, one, it makes sense. And that two, there is a structure to come in and check in on that student regularly to see if that plan is actually being honored and implemented with fidelity. So I would say that yes, if we have 504 plans, if we have IEP plans that are not doing the one that do not make sense, or that maybe make sense but are not actually being implemented, for sure that's going to show up in our data.
And I would just add that Dr. Shelley and his team of one have been doing some training on 504 plans with our site leaders in particular. One of the things too is that, we didn't really have a good way to understand what were the mitigating factors that led to a 504. And so they've been doing some of that analysis to identify what was the reason for the 504, and specific to literacy, which students have been identified for any of the literacy supports that we need, so that we can better understand those services that are being delivered for those particular students.
Great, thank you for that. And just while we're here on math also, is there a correlation between the reading outputs and the math outputs? Have we done that kind of work to figure out if we were to really catch them up more with their reading and their reading assessments and reading abilities, would they be performing better in math? Are we tracking that correlation?
Yeah, I don't know that we've done that one individual level student correlation, but in general, you do notice that reading is that gatekeeper, and a lot of the mathematics components do require reading in order to understand things like word problems and being able to process and complete those tasks. So there's a high likelihood, but have we done that one-to-one for individual students? That hasn't happened yet.
Okay, thank you. Director Siegel?
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on, I really appreciated the presentation of grades as a metric for representing the high school specifically. I think the attitude around standardized testing, or rather the students' consciousness about the idea of standardized testing, changes in high school, and it becomes less representative of the student's success, as it's seen as, a task. It's not seen as like a actual thing that they want to do. It's more seen as like a impediment to their daily process. It's made a joke out of, honestly, in the classroom. Kids neglect it, and they often would prefer to skip out on it. So I do really appreciate the grades, because I think students see that as more of a showing of their own academic success and work more to that. And then for my question, I was wondering why there is a discrepancy between the A through G requirements and the Berkeley High requirements. I know that there's a battle between wanting to keep the A through G requirement rate high, but then also the graduation rate high. And if we're wanting to set our students up for the maximum amount of opportunity that we want, why is there that difference in the first place?
Well, I can tell you why. It's not a new conversation. So some school districts have ensured they match, but it's harder to meet the UC requirements. For example, it's 3 years of math is required versus 2. So for a high school student who struggles with math, they're a lot less likely to graduate from high school if they have to have 3 years versus 2. So there's a tension between graduating a student to start in a career field versus graduating a student to go to college. And that's why districts make those choices, because it's really about trying to serve all students and support students who look at different pathways. So I think there were some districts, prior years, a lot of districts had a graduation rate of 240 credits. A lot of districts have brought it down over the last 10 years. And there were many districts that had grad requirements that matched UC, and they decided to make it a little easier for students to graduate. And then COVID really kind of pushed the needle the other way to try and ensure that kids could graduate successfully. So that's part of the reason.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. And I know it's late, and you have long days, and then you have to work tomorrow as well. So much appreciated. You know what? This is very helpful for a variety of reasons, but what it tends to point to for me, you know, these pockets of math, literacy, ELD, and the very helpful focus on the gatekeeping function when you hit high school with English and math and the grade issue. One is the capacity building that the superintendent and has been referencing for some time. And I'm curious in that vein, with that kind of necessity for a cohesive and systemic continuity from like the ESE elementary school into the middle school and then kicking into high school where you see some of these disparities start to become rather highlighted in these gatekeeping classes of English and math. You know, focusing on you, of course, you want everyone to at a minimum graduate, and also you want to make as many students as possible eligible for UC and CSU eligibility. Those are our public state schools here, and they're quite amazing. We want to make those accessible. In terms of that kind of curricular oversight, you know, having that systemic view, where does that lie? Like who is going to knit all that together? I know that we're lacking, you know, a curriculum director, is kind of asking the question to get to the answer. There's that, and what are proposals for that? And secondly, just a very basic question on remediation. You know, sometimes students fall down, and I know that when I was in high school, I had a challenging year and I had to remediate in the summer. It was a very different type of high school than here, but that was a full-fledged program at the school that I attended. Is there that kind of opportunity here where if a kid, you know, messes up on like math or English or something, they can remediate during the summertime and keep moving forward? What are the options there? Thanks.
So I'll take one question. So who knits all of the curriculum together? Right now, that's me and my wonderful Ed Services department. But we do not currently have a specific person charged with curriculum and instruction. And that's definitely has surfaced as a gap. And the superintendent has shared that information alongside of Mr. Ellis, who's our court monitor for the literacy action plan work. So we are doing our level best with the resources that we have to attend to a number of these components across many initiatives to really shore up some of the tier 1 and tier 2 supports, which has been a focus. So that work takes time. In terms of remediation, and we do have summer programs that are focused on credit recovery. And so those are important avenues for students to make up those credits during the summertime so that they can get caught up and work to graduate on time.
Sorry, the summer remediation program, is that specific to a targeted pocket of students, or is it generally available for folks who want to redo something because of a...
Right. So they will, so it's specifically targeted to students who need to make up their credit. So as Ruth was explaining, right, like we have a number of students who are, for example, repeating our Math 1 course. Well, if you do that multiple times, you sort of run out of space to take the math courses that you need or to make up the courses that you have failed or want to increase your grade in order to increase your eligibility for other programs. So they're looking at those students who are credit deficient and how do we enroll them to help them catch up.
So just a quick follow-up question to that. In addition to remediation and credit deficiency during the summertime, which is oftentimes a really good opportunity to do so, have there been conversations about more full-fledged summer school programs with enrichment classes and a range of courses that BHS students could enroll in?
At this point, the conversations around summer and extending and expanding enrichment and intervention outside of the school calendar year has really focused on our kindergarten through eighth graders. However, as Jill said, we do have programs at the high school level, and that is a kind of the next frontier, is to really build those and expand those out as well. But we have a lot of rich programs in our high school for summertime that is not just remediation, but just also exposing our students, and would love to come back at a future time to share with you some of those summer programs, not just for high school, but maybe we can just share with you the stuff that's happening and we plan to happen for our summer extended learning.
Great, thank you.
We also, just to piggyback on that, we visited our Berkeley Adult School. And so we're trying to figure out how we can streamline the work that the Berkeley Adult School is doing with Berkeley High School so that we could really use that also as another place that can provide support for our students that otherwise may not be able to apply for
Thank you. That's
a
awesome.
four-year university.
Thank you.
Director Shinowski.
Thanks so much. I would be remiss not to point out that we have another great higher ed public institution in California, and that is our 115 community colleges. And I bring it up not just to point out that they exist, but also when I see a lot of the numbers, I see a lot of those B's and C's. So I appreciate you highlighting grades, but I think about outcomes in the next step, right? So a lot of those kids that are sort of squeaking by are kids that come to me and then struggle in the next step. So I'm just wondering if we've thought about also partnering with, our Peralta community colleges, because they're right in our backyard, figuring out not just, how to get kids like over the hump and through the grade, but actually proficient in ways that'll allow them to be successful, whether it's in a CTE program or, going to a community college and then transferring to a 4-year, or just building their skill sets. So I just wonder if I know that there are partnerships, but what does that look like?
So yes, we are, and we need to expand them. We have a pretty strong partnership with Berkeley Community College. City, thank you, with Berkeley City College. And it's a partnership that we're actually trying to grow and spread. They have programs that not only offer support to our students who need extra support, but also do an enrollment and other programs for our students. We actually have a meeting coming up, I think in a week or so. So yes, that partnership is there, and I appreciate you bringing that up. We have not necessarily been in, at least in my tenure, I have not been in conversations with leaders from some of our other community and city colleges. BCC is the main partner at this point, but definitely looking for opportunities to grow and expand beyond that. And there, again, are some rich programs that are happening in partnership with BCC and BHS that we want to grow and expand. And then also just want to appreciate and echo President Babbitt for saying and sharing that we have great programs at Berkeley Adult School as well. And again, are thinking about how do you not just create that bridge between Berkeley High School and Berkeley High School and BAS, but also how do we have those conversations with BAS and BCC, Berkeley Adult School and Berkeley City College as well.
I will. And I just want to add that we are also a member of the North. I had to look it up because I can never remember what the acronym stands for, but Northern Alameda Adult Education Collective. And by virtue of our position as with the Berkeley Adult School, we are part of that consortium. So I meet regularly with leaders across those organizations, and we are looking at things like what are the courses that we offer, what are the needs that are coming up in the community, and then how do we use those various organizations. So for us, the Berkeley Adult School, to help serve students, but there is opportunities for partnership there.
And if I can,
I'm a big fan of that partnership. Concurrent enrollment helps so many students not only graduate early, but just really build that confidence that they are going to be successful in college. Vice President Vasudev.
I just want to make a quick comment because Director Shinowski touched upon something that's really near and dear to my heart too. We are actually meeting with Dr. Garcia next week to talk about how to support students in the Puente and Umoja programs and how to help them receive college credit. earlier, starting in middle school, hopefully. So it's a really exciting meeting. It's a second follow-up meeting to one that we had with Superintendent Stevens, but we'll report back, and I'm sure the superintendent can find a way to report back to the rest of you because of our Brown Act restrictions. But it's exciting, and I think that's something we need to continue to explore, how to better partner with BCC.
Dr. Shanaf?
I don't want to belabor it, but I'm actually sort of looking at, so community colleges recently, there have been a couple of bills passed which eliminate remedial coursework. So when students come in to us, right, in math and English, they're thrown right into, university level math and English in order to stop the gatekeeping. But if they're not ready, they're still a gatekeeper. So I'm also thinking not just dual enrollment, right? But I'm also thinking about like, how do we make sure that the outcomes for the kids that pass with a C means that they'll be successful when they get to the next step? Because even if they're not going to a UC or a CSU, many of those kids are going into higher education, and community college is still college. So thanks.
Oh, we got to 11:30. Wait. I guess that concludes our discussion item. Thank you all so much for your presentation, and again for all the hard work and for making sure that these connections and this collaboration and all of these next steps, you got your sleeves rolled up with all of these next steps. We appreciate everything that you've identified and are looking forward to supporting the work that you're doing. Next on our agenda, we have information items. And so to my board colleagues, and to the community, we have our literacy action plan. That's an information item. The governor's budget report, our first interim report of revenue expenditures for fiscal year 2022-2023, and the BCEP BERA first interim report of expenditures. I want to just highlight this, that as you look at these informational items and that as you read them, that you really bring forth your questions and your comments, because our goal is to make sure that these presentations, as they come back to the board, are actually more informative to what you need to know, to questions that you have. It'll help give staff a better idea of the kinds of information that they need to be bringing forward to us. So please, most of these are budgetary reports. Is one of our main responsibilities as board members. So please make sure that you take the time to read those and think of the questions that you have. Thank you to our SBO for all of the work that you've done in putting this together, and to your team. She back it up. She don't even hear me giving you a shout out, Miss Pauline. Thank you for all of your hard work on these informational items. And again, to the team implementing the literacy action plan. And I see Ms. Flemings is out here. Thank you for your work on the BCEP BERA measure informational items. With that, we will move towards our second opportunity for public comment. You waited this long, you're definitely going to get 3 minutes. Please, if you can just state your name. Oh, thank you. We have Mr. David Filippini.
Hi, my name is David Filippini. I'm a parent at Sylvia Mendez of an incoming or a new kindergartner. So this is my first time around, both with you and with the school district. I'm coming here tonight actually to bring some potential urgency to an issue that arose at Sylvia Mendez at the beginning of the year. It came to our attention through an email from our teacher that there was water intrusion due to the extreme water damage that happened recently due to the rains. And since then, your team have addressed that in terms of providing an environmental consultant, and which has gotten back to us as of January 19th. But the issue really is that the issue started or was found out on the 3rd of January, and then 16 days passed by before we had that report, and now they're starting remediation since that period. We're about, I guess, 12 or 13 days in, and there hasn't really been a lot of progress on the ground. And I know that because of what's been communicated to me by other fellow teachers there, by student teachers, et cetera, that help. And my concern is that there isn't enough urgency, even though it's been addressed by your team locally at the school for, I'm sure there's a variety of reasons, but I'd like to make sure that everyone's aware that the mold is still growing and things are still happening. I know that some movement has been happening, and there's a deadline of the middle of February. But my concern is that that's going to be 41 days since my child hasn't been in his class. And to give you, paint you a little picture, his teacher is working out of a closet about 3 by 3 feet. That's what she has to work with. That's where she puts a couple of A-frame boards. She doesn't have any space around her room because it's not her room, it's the library. And it's a shared space that the school's been making do with, but it's really not enough. And we're talking about all these great stats and tests and everything. And the fact is that it's a small little classroom of students are being affected, on a daily basis. So I just wanted to bring attention to that, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for coming and staying so late to share that information with us. At this time, we have extended board member comments. I'd just like to start by thanking you all for such a wonderful first in-person meeting. How many people was it your first in-person meeting ever as a board director in this boardroom? Only Director Brown could say it brought memories back. No. So we started our first memory as a team together. So thank you all for your time and support. Does anyone else have any other board member comments?
I want to take a selfie.
Oh, we get a selfie request. Okay. Sounds like it's going in the selfies with the soups column. All right, no more comments. Then we will take our selfie after the meeting, and the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Good job.
Even over there.
Now you gotta share the selfie, Jen.
I got long arms. I'm always the selfie taker.
Oh my God. Whoa. All right, Laura, I'm gonna have to get a little personal with you. I'm just gonna pull the cord.
I was about to, and I said, no. I'll save that for the story. Down, Bob.